seru banget. Karaokean,
friendly banget mereka.
Iya, friendly banget. Anak Bali. Semua friendly ya.
Dan tentunya kami juga senang karena bisa diajak jalan-jalan keliling daerah-daerah Lombok, tempat-tempat wisata yang bisa kami kunjungi.
This is only trash. Like, look
Sampah
at
plastik,
the amount
konsumsi
of
energi yang berlebihan dan jejak
random
karbon.
stuff.
Itu adalah beberapa contoh teknologi ilmu pengetahuan.
Recently, I've been to Rinjani and I was shocked with the amount of trash I could see around. We managed to pick up 1.6 tons of trash.
So what do you think?
Kegiatan ekonomi manusia.
Poltek Lombok mengambil bagian yaitu penanaman mangrove dan Rinjani Clean Up atau membersihkan destinasi wisata unggulan di Lombok ini.
Semoga ini tumbuh dan jadi komoditas.
Kami dari pemerintah Desa Sugian dan Karang Taruna mengucapkan selamat dan terima kasih kepada Poltek Lombok yang sudah menyelenggarakan acara penanaman mangrove di Dusun Proklim Desa Sugian. Sugian lestari. Lestari.
Untuk keselamatan dan kenyamanan kita bersama. Pesan Pak Direktur, jaga kekompakan, jaga kebersamaan. Jadi nanti di jalan saling mengingatkan satu sama lain ya. Jadi panitia jalan kaki ke TNGR sebagai bentuk dukungan kepada peserta, Pak ya. Jaminan peserta Pak panitia bisa lebih unggul daripada peserta.
Clean up Rinjani, oke. Semuanya.
Boleh Lombok?
Yes, yes.
Sabar kau tapi agak pincang dikit.
Pada saat ini Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok sedang melakukan kegiatan Rinjani Clean Up dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia.
Saya mewakili Asosiasi Kabupaten Lombok Timur dan Pokdarwis Sembalun mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Poltek Lombok yang telah melakukan kegiatan clean up di Gunung Rinjani dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Kami berharap di tahun-tahun berikutnya Poltek kembali melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan yang dapat membangun pariwisata Lombok khususnya di Indonesia pada umumnya.
Poltek Lombok, yes, we can.
Kami dari MHC ingin mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada Poltekkes Lombok atas kegiatan Clean Up Rinjani dalam rangka Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Alhamdulillah hari ini adalah hari terakhir dan kami sudah sampai di pintu Turian. Dari Sembalun sampai di sini kami melakukan kegiatan Clean Up dan alhamdulillah sampah kami dapat beberapa karung dan sudah dibuat turun tadi oleh porter. Poltekkes Lombok, yes we can.
Dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia yang jatuh pada tanggal 27 September tahun 2022, Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok menyelenggarakan beberapa agenda menuju Hari Pariwisata Dunia tersebut. Agenda yang bertemakan Rethinking Tourism yang diselenggarakan oleh Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok meliputi yang pertama menyelenggarakan seminar internasional, yang kedua menyelenggarakan kegiatan bimbingan teknis bagi masyarakat pengelola desa wisata di Labuan Bajo, dan yang ketiga adalah bersih-bersih Gunung Rinjani sekaligus penanaman pohon bakau di Desa Sugian. Kegiatan tersebut semuanya telah dilaksanakan dan berjalan dengan baik dan lancar, dan kami mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada rekan-rekan yang tentu telah mendukung dan mensupport seluruh rangkaian kegiatan ini. Hari Pariwisata Dunia is the best.
Poltekkes Lombok mengucapkan selamat
Hari Pariwisata Dunia tahun 2022. Yes, yes.
Bang, ronde 2 dong. Gak mau aku naik tahu.
Peluang itu ibarat sunrise. Jika tidur terlalu lama, kita akan melewatkannya. Maka, bangun dan bangkitlah untuk mempersiapkan diri. Sebab tanah kita, Indonesia, menyimpan segudang sejarah dan budaya. Memiliki panorama yang indah dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Sungguh berpotensi untuk menunjang pariwisata. Sumber daya manusia yang mumpuni pun harus segera disiapkan untuk membangun pariwisata. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok yang terletak di salah satu destinasi pariwisata favorit dunia hadir untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia pariwisata yang akan menempati top level di dunia internasional. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri pariwisata di bawah Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Badan Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia, yang menyelenggarakan program pendidikan vokasi bidang pariwisata dengan pusat kajian pariwisata halal yang memikat mata dunia. Dalam proses pembelajarannya, diterapkan 70% pembelajaran praktik dan 30% pembelajaran teori. Terdapat 4 program studi, yaitu Diploma 3 Divisi Kamar, menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing tinggi yang menguasai dasar-dasar keilmuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang divisi kamar pada usaha akomodasi atau perhotelan yang berkelanjutan. Diploma 4 Pengaturan Perjalanan, berkonsentrasi pada bidang pariwisata, khususnya usaha produk dan jasa di bidang transportasi dan perjalanan wisata. Mahasiswa juga didorong untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang kewirausahaan serta teknologi informasi. Diploma 3 Tata Hidang, belajar meracik dan menyajikan makanan serta minuman tradisional maupun internasional, mulai dari aneka kopi, teh, hingga minuman herbal yang telah menjadi tren dunia. Diploma 3 Seni Kuliner, berorientasi menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang kuliner. Kesuksesanmu ada dalam tindakanmu. Maka, persiapkan masa depanmu sekarang bersama Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok. Dan jadilah seperti matahari, terbit dengan harapan, terbenam dengan kemenangan.
I'm burning brighter in the afterglow. And again, mine
tuh seru banget. Karaokean,
friendly banget mereka.
Iya, friendly banget. Anak Bali.
Semua sih
semua friendly ya.
Dan tentunya kami juga senang karena bisa diajak jalan-jalan keliling daerah-daerah Lombok, tempat-tempat wisata yang bisa kami kunjungi.
Cek 1 2. Anjay.
This is only trash. Like, look
Sampah
at
plastik,
the amount
konsumsi
of
energi yang berlebihan dan jejak karbon. Itu adalah beberapa contoh. Ilmu pengetahuan.
Recently, I've been to Rinjani and I was shocked with the amount of trash I could see around. We managed to pick up 1.6 tons of trash.
So what do you think? Kegiatan ekonomi manusia.
Poltek Parlombok mengambil bagian yaitu penanaman mangrove dan Rinjani clean up atau membersihkan destinasi wisata unggulan di Lombok ini.
Semoga ini tumbuh dan jadi komponen.
Kami dari Pemerintah Desa Sugian dan Karang Taruna mengucapkan selamat dan terima kasih kepada Poltek Parlombok yang sudah menyelenggarakan acara penanaman mangrove di Dusun Proklim Desa Sugian. Sugian lestari, lestari.
Untuk keselamatan dan kenyamanan kita bersama, pesan Pak Direktur, jaga kekompakan, jaga kebersamaan. Jadi nanti di jalan saling mengingatkan satu sama lain ya. Jadi panitia jalan kaki ke TNGR sebagai bentuk
buktikan kepada peserta, Pak ya.
Jaminan peserta bahwa panitia bisa lebih unggul daripada peserta.
Clean up Rinjani, oke. Semuanya.
Boleh Parlombok?
Yes, yes.
Coba tapi agak pincang dikit.
Pada saat ini Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok sedang melakukan kegiatan Rinjani Clean Up dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia.
Saya mewakili Asosiasi Kabupaten Lombok Timur dan Pokdarwis Sembalun mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Poltek Parlombok yang telah melakukan kegiatan clean up di Gunung Rinjani dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Kami berharap di tahun-tahun berikutnya Poltek Par kembali melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan yang dapat membangun pariwisata Lombok khususnya di Indonesia pada umumnya.
Poltek Parlombok, yes we can.
Kami dari MHC ingin mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada Poltek Parlombok atas kegiatan Clean Up Rinjani dalam rangka Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Alhamdulillah hari ini adalah hari terakhir dan kami sudah sampai di pintu Turian. Dari Sembalun sampai di sini kami melakukan kegiatan Clean Up dan alhamdulillah sampah kami dapat beberapa karung dan sudah dibuat turun tadi oleh porter. Poltek Parlombok, yes we can.
Dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia yang jatuh pada tanggal 27 September tahun 2022, Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok menyelenggarakan beberapa agenda menuju Hari Pariwisata Dunia tersebut. Agenda yang bertemakan Rethinking Tourism yang diselenggarakan oleh Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok meliputi yang pertama menyelenggarakan seminar internasional, yang kedua menyelenggarakan kegiatan bimbingan teknis bagi masyarakat pengelola desa wisata di Labuang Bajo, dan yang ketiga adalah bersih-bersih Gunung Rinjani sekaligus penanaman pohon bakau di Desa Sugian. Kegiatan tersebut semuanya telah dilaksanakan dan berjalan dengan baik dan lancar, dan kami mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada rekan-rekan yang tentu telah mendukung dan mensupport seluruh rangkaian kegiatan ini. Hari Pariwisata Dunia is the best.
Poltek Par Lombok mengucapkan
Selamat Hari Pariwisata Dunia tahun 2022. Yes, yes.
Bang, ronde 2 dong. Gak mau aku, udah tahu.
Peluang itu ibarat sunrise. Jika tidur terlalu lama, kita akan melewatkannya. Maka, bangun dan bangkitlah untuk mempersiapkan diri. Sebab tanah kita, Indonesia, menyimpan segudang sejarah dan budaya. Memiliki panorama yang indah dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Sungguh berpotensi untuk menunjang pariwisata. Sumber daya manusia yang mumpuni pun harus segera disiapkan untuk membangun pariwisata. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok yang terletak di salah satu destinasi pariwisata favorit dunia hadir untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia pariwisata yang akan menempati top level di dunia internasional. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri pariwisata di bawah Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Badan Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia, yang menyelenggarakan program pendidikan vokasi bidang pariwisata dengan pusat kajian pariwisata halal yang memikat mata dunia. Dalam proses pembelajarannya, diterapkan 70% pembelajaran praktik dan 30% pembelajaran teori. Terdapat 4 program studi, yaitu Diploma 3 Divisi Kamar, menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing tinggi yang menguasai dasar-dasar keilmuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang divisi kamar pada usaha akomodasi atau perhotelan yang berkelanjutan. Diploma 4 Pengaturan Perjalanan, berkonsentrasi pada bidang pariwisata, khususnya usaha produk dan jasa di bidang transportasi dan perjalanan wisata. Mahasiswa juga didorong untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang kewirausahaan serta teknologi informasi. Diploma 3 Tata Hidang, belajar meracik dan menyajikan makanan serta minuman tradisional maupun internasional, mulai dari aneka kopi, teh, hingga minuman herbal yang telah menjadi tren dunia. Diploma 3 Seni Kuliner, berorientasi menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang kuliner. Kesuksesanmu ada dalam tindakanmu. Maka, persiapkan masa depanmu sekarang bersama Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok. Dan jadilah seperti matahari, terbit dengan harapan, terbenam dengan kemenangan. Peluang itu ibarat sunrise. Jika tidur terlalu lama, kita akan melewatkannya. Maka, bangun dan bangkitlah untuk mempersiapkan diri. Sebab tanah kita...
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Kemarin itu seru banget, karaokean,
friendly banget mereka.
Iya, friendly banget, anak Bali, semua friendly ya.
Dan tentunya kami juga senang karena bisa diajak jalan-jalan keliling daerah-daerah Lombok, tempat-tempat wisata yang bisa kami kunjungi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Kemarin itu seru banget, karaokean, Friendly banget mereka. Iya, friendly banget. Anak Bali. Semua sih friendly ya.
Dan tentunya kami juga senang karena bisa diajak jalan-jalan keliling daerah-daerah Lombok, tempat-tempat wisata yang bisa kami kunjungi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with my partner,
Anissa Adisti Maulida,
and I am Kurniawan Januarta, and we are gladly to be your master of ceremony for today's event. First of all, the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA.
the Honorable Mr. Director of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic, Dr. Ali Muhtasom, AMD, SOS, MM.
Next is the Honorable David Hine as the President of the APM.
The Honorable Mr. Anang Sutomo.
The Honorable, the First Director Assistant, Dr. Amirosa Ria Satyaji, MM, CHE, CEE, CIQNR.
The Honorable, the Second Director Assistant, Mr. Ramdah Rajab, SPD, MADL, CHE, CIQNR.
The Honorable Academic Administration, Mr. Tanggap Sasmita, STRPAR, MPAR.
The Honorable General Administration, Mr. Heri Sastrawan, SIP, MSE.
And we also honor all the speakers who were able to attend this morning. Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah,
Dr. Anukrati Sharma,
Dr. Mike Dugnan,
Dr. Vasilios Ziakas,
Nicola McCulloch,
David Thomas,
and last is Dr. Kadirova Irin.
And not to forget all the honorable participants of today's event. Welcome to the second Asia Pacific State of the Art Event Research Conference.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like also to mention that this event are organized by Lombok Tourism Polytechnic,
Asian Pacific Institute for Event Management,
University Technology Mala,
Taylor's University,
Mandapa Tourism Indonesia,
Republic Polytechnic Singapore,
Medan Tourism Polytechnic,
Bandung Tourism Polytechnic,
Bali Tourism Polytechnic,
Palembang Tourism Polytechnic,
and last is Makassar Tourism Polytechnic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Before we start our activity for today, let us pray to the Almighty God, which will be led by Mr. Iqbal. To Mr. Iqbal, the screen is yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we get started our first day event, please excuse me permission to guide the prayer this time according to our relationship, so that we'll even runs good and smoothly. Pray, begin. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ad-din fid-din wal afiyatal fil jasadi wal fadat wal baqaratil fikral wal taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan qablal maut wa rahmatan madran wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma inna alaika fil sakaratil maut warja'na minan nar wal fa'na minar rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da in hadaitana warhamna lakuna minal khasirin. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa in lam taghfir lana wa tarhamna wa nakuna minal khasirin. Rabbana innaka inna fudurun hasnal qablil akhirat hasana wa fil akhirati hasana subhana rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Amin. Pray done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for singing the national anthem of Indonesia Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will watch the welcoming dance from the Lombok Tourism Polytechnic Traditional Dance Club. Sasambo dance is the fusion dance of 3 tribes from West Nusa Tenggara Province.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda we will listen to a brief report from the chairman of the conference event committee. For Mr. Zaki Abdurafi, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Shalom. Good morning, everyone present at the second Asia Pacific State of the Art Events Research Conference. I am honored to be here as the party managing this event. Thanks to Prof. has trusted us to prepare this extraordinary event. This event is fantastic opportunity to share knowledge, experience, and the best idea in the industry. The small event and the large events an important role in creating valuable experience for attendees, and for this, careful planning and execution are required. During this conference, we will hear presentation from various experts in the field, participate in discussion, and build valuable networks. I'm sure this conference will provide valuable insight and new inspiration for all participants. Thank you to all the speakers, participants, and committee who made this event possible. Without your support and contribution, we will not be able to gather here. By uniting, we can shape the future of event management. Last but not least, welcome to the second Asia Pacific State of the Art Events. I hope we all gain valuable insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zaki Abdurafi, for delivering the brief report.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda, we will listen to a welcoming speech by Director of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic for Mr. Dr. Ali Muhtasam, AMD, SSOS, MM. The time and screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Indonesia Maju. The Excellency Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Republik Indonesia, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, the Honorable Prof. David Hein, the President of Asia Pacific Institute for Event Management. Thanks so much for your presence and for your support. The keynote speakers, Dr. Anukrati Sharma, Head and Associate Professor of the Department of Commerce and Management, University of Kota, India. Dr. Vasilius Siakas, Consultant in Leisure Service at the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom. Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah, Dean of Faculty of Business and Management, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Dr. Mike Dyckman, Associate Professor of the Rosen College of Hospitality Management, University of Central Florida. Nicola Kulov, Mega Event Manager and Leadership Consultant for the Global Sport Industry United Kingdom. David Thomas, a Senior Lecturer of Republic Polytechnic School of Hospitality. Dr. Anang Sutono MM Par CHI, a Senior Lecturer at Bandung Tourism Polytechnic. Thanks so much for your presence, Mr. Anang, and special your smile always. All the participants, moderators, and distinguished, I will begin my speech with pantun. Please give your response, Sola. Kalau tinggalkan rumah, jangan lupa digembok, supaya aman dari bahaya kriminal. Hari ini kita hadir di Poltekpar Lombok untuk mensukseskan seminar internasional. On behalf of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic, we are pleased to welcome you to the second Asia Pacific State of the Art Event Research Conference. We would like to thank all of you for your willingness to share ideas, thoughts, work, and knowledge on the event industry. We would like to also to thank Asia Pacific Institute for Event Management (APM), Taylor's University, Republik Polytechnic Singapura, University Teknologi Mara Malaysia, Bandung Tourism Polytechnic, Makassar Tourism Polytechnic, Medan Tourism Polytechnic, Palembang Tourism Polytechnic, Bali Tourism Polytechnic as our partners, and Mandapa Tourism Indonesia. Our appreciation also goes to all the speakers, presenters, and participants who join this conference. This conference will be focused on discussing issues that are happening in the event industry by presenting competent speakers in their field from 6 countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, United Kingdom, United States of America, and India. This conference also provides an opportunity to scholar and industry knowledge on event industry and our network. We wish you all the best, and we hope this forum will expand our knowledge on event industry and our network. I would like to express my gratitude to all partners from the 6 countries who have participated, and apart from the offline participants who have attended. I would like to say, please visit Lombok, West Nusa Tenggara, because this area is really a beautiful destination to visit. I wish you all to have successful and insightful conference, and thank you. I will close my speech with pantun. Pulau Lombok wisatanya paling viral. Masyarakat ramah dan senyumnya masih lugu. Selamat mengikuti seminar internasional. Semoga pariwisata Indonesia semakin maju. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om, Santi, 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 Om.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Ali Muhtasam, for delivering the welcoming speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda we will listen to a welcoming speech by the President of APM. For Professor David Hein, the time is yours.
Thank you so much for a wonderful introduction, and thank you so much to Dr. Ali, Director, Lombok Tourism Polytechnic, for making our conference today a reality. And thank you so much for our VIP guests to be joining with us from many different countries. It's a great honor for me to be speaking right at the beginning of our conference. First of all, I would just like to pay a great appreciation to all the wonderful students of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic who have worked so hard, so very hard, over the past 6 weeks to plan the logistical arrangements for our conference. I know that they have been working from 5 or 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening until midnight, working intensively over the last 4 weeks to practice, to rehearse, to plan, and to work as a cohesive team in order to bring our conference to us today. But an important lesson is that is what working in the events industry is like. Hard work, attention to detail, team communication, and thinking about the participant experience. And I'm sure that all of our participants here at wonderful Lombok Tourism Polytechnic will join me in saying it's absolutely fantastic. All of your hard work has paid off. So again, many, many congratulations. But I'd also just like to say that this is a complex conference to organize. It is not easy. We actually have 3 conferences in one. We are here today in beautiful Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. We have our live streaming on social media to many people all over the world. So if you are watching us live on social media, on YouTube, or another social media platform, welcome. Welcome to Lombok, no matter where in the world you are. But we also have a third part of our conference, which is we are using Zoom for our parallel conference sessions this afternoon. So organizing 3 conferences in one, it's not easy. And I know that the students of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic again have developed their skills in coordinating live in person, live streaming, and also parallel conference sessions this afternoon. It's not easy, but they have done such a fantastic job. So congratulations, and you are wonderful ambassadors of the events industry in 2023 and your future careers. Do not ever forget to include this on your resume, your CV, that you have staged and produced an international conference. It is truly wonderful for you to include this on your CV. The final part of my welcome speech is to say something about the second Asia Pacific State of the Art Events Research Conference. It is the second. It's a 4-year gap from the first. The first Asia Pacific State of the Art Events Research Conference was in September 2019, and we were delighted to be hosted by wonderful Bali Tourism Polytechnic Indonesia. And then what happened? We all had to stay at home. We all had to work from home. We all had to look at our digital devices when we were speaking to our friends and colleagues in many different countries. We became accustomed to using Zoom. So for 4 years, our conferences in APM, we were online, and we had 2 international online conferences that were managed by students. This time, students from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, and Taylor's University, Malaysia. So we had 2 virtual conferences during the pandemic. So this is the first time that we have come back in person since the pandemic, and what better location to be in than beautiful Lombok, Indonesia. We are delighted that with our conference we have 23 academic research papers that we will be receiving in our parallel sessions. Absolutely fantastic. We have 6 keynote speakers from Malaysia, from India, from United States of America, from the United Kingdom. Amazing that we can all come together, and we all are here because of technology, because of digital technology. And I think that this is an indication of the future of conferences. Very sustainable. Not everybody has to fly to be with us in the venue. They can join us online. And I think this is what we're going to see for conferences in the future. The papers that we have welcomed to the conference, State of the Art. That is the title of our conference, Asia Pacific State of the Art Events Research Conference. So I hope that you enjoy the rest of today. We have our keynote speeches next, then we move into our paper presentations, and this evening we are having a wonderful gala dinner at the hotel on Lombok Tourism Polytechnic campus. So no matter where in the world you are, welcome to our conference. Thank you for spending the time to be with us. We hope you do enjoy all of the content that we are sharing with you today. Do keep in touch with us on social media after the conference. Please share your images through your own networks so that again we can all celebrate our wonderful conference that is being hosted, staged, produced and managed by the fantastic students of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. So thank you so much, Director. Thank you to Pa Siddharjudin, who has stage managed and worked with all of the students to make it happen today. Thank you so much to Pa Anang, Dr. Anang Sutono, and his team from Mandapa Tourism Indonesia, who are the partners of APM in Indonesia. Without your support, without our wonderful digital technical team, again, we could not be with you today. So enjoy, let's celebrate the research in events, and let's also look forward to our 3rd Asia Pacific State of the Art Events Research Conference. Where will it be? Maybe later today we will find out. But enjoy today, and thank you so much for everybody who is with us.
Thank you very much, Professor David Hein, for delivering the welcoming speech.
And right now, ladies and gentlemen, before we're moving on to our next agenda, we will be watching a welcoming speech from the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, salam Indonesia maju, penuh semangat. I'm Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and I would like to extend my congratulations and best wishes for the successful second Asia Pacific State-of-the-Art Event Research Conference APSAR C2 held at Polytechnic Pariwisata Lombok. This conference served as an invaluable platform for leaders, researchers, practitioners, and event industry stakeholders to share the latest ideas, findings, and innovations. Such events are critical for us to reflect on and strengthen the tourism industry and creative economy in the Asia-Pacific region. I believe this conference will be a valuable tool for promoting collaborations, understanding changing trends, and designing strategic steps to lead us to a brighter future in the events and tourism industry. I wish you a fruitful discussion and unforgettable, valuable experience in Lombok. And I thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Om Santi, Santi, Santi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a symbolic opening of the conference by the Lombok Tourism Polytechnic Director and the APM President, which will be followed by a photo session.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the end of the symbolic opening ceremony from the Director and President of APM, the audience is invited to enjoy a 30-minute coffee break session. And later, it will be continued with a speech session by Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah. For all attendees, please enjoy the coffee break.
May I please remind you, the next session will be taken over by our moderator, Madam Siti Latifah. Thank you.
positive that came out of COVID, right?
I work for an investment bank.
Okay, and do they know you're here?
Don't tell them.
So this is what work from home is?
Yeah.
Sitting in a hammock, working on your phone.
Hi. Hello. You're a digital nomad? So what's it like being a digital nomad?
Free, amazing, you can do whatever you want to, you can stay on the beach and still work, but you have to concentrate a lot, it takes time.
I have a
All right, we are getting those pictures of a stampede-like situation that has been reported at Congress's marathon for children there in Bareilly. Now, this is the situation that you see completely going out of control as children there seem to be falling, and these are majorly consisting of girls there of the Congress's event of Ladki Hu Lad Sakti Hu. That event that was being held in Bareilly, we are looking at situation completely going out of control there, as there is a complete mismanagement that can be seen there on ground. And this is an initiative that was launched by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra herself, but this is a situation that has gone completely out of hand of this marathon that is being organized amid a time when there are restrictions that have been put in place owing to rising Omicron and COVID-19 cases there. Such a huge event being organized in Bareilly, but unvaccinated children there, as mainly you can see most of them are girl students of this initiative that has been launched by the Congress party's Ladki Hu Lad Sakti Hu, and that is a similar situation earlier that has been witnessed last year also as the stampede-like situation. You can see children stomping on one another, they're falling on one another, and this kind of a situation that has gone out of control. And even when attempts are being made, these are very feeble attempts that are being made to control the crowd there, to control those students, those girls there. This is completely being mismanaged. You can see how they are being pulled, how they are being moved aside, they are being set aside in a very rough manner, as they are being pulled aside. See, you can see them falling on top of each other. And you can see the sheer size. So many girls there. You know what's happening there for politics, Piyush? At this point of this initiative of Ladki Hu Lad Sakti Hu, is this the kind of mismanagement that we are seeing in Bareilly happening?
Welcome back after enjoying the coffee break session. We will continue our agenda with the morning session of paper presentation that will be led by Madam Siti Latifah. For moderator and keynote speakers, Dr. Firdaus Abdullah and Dr. Anukrati Sharma, please come to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our very gorgeous and awesome seminar international conference at Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. Today, I will be the moderator in this morning season. In this morning season, we have two keynote speakers. Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah and Miss Dr. Anukrati Sharma. Okay, Professor from Malaysia and Miss Anukrati from India. Welcome to Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. Before the speech that delivered by the keynote speaker, I will read about the curriculum vitae of keynote speaker. First is Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Firdaus Abdullah is a Dean of the Faculty of Business and Management, University Technology, Mara, Malaysia. We can see from the board, okay? And then his expertise is in service quality, customer satisfaction, franchising, economic impact, entrepreneurship, and strategic planning. He got doctoral degree of Business Administration at University of South Australia. His master degree, the major is Business Administration, Barnum University, United Kingdom, and postgraduate diploma and diploma des études techniques, Bournemouth University, United Kingdom, and Université de Poitiers, French. Is that correct? Okay. And diploma and gestion des Enterprises Management, University de Poitiers, French. If you want to maybe send email or contact with him, we can see together. We can go to his email, Dr._Firdaus_Abdullah@yahoo.com, or you can visit, contact him at fair@uitm.edu.my. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we give a speech, a time for Mr. Keynote Speaker, our Professor Firdaus Abdullah. Professor, it's your time.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, pelajar-pelajar Politeknik Tourism Lombok, Indonesia. First of all, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Prof. David Hai for inviting me, and also Dr. Anang. Thank you as well to Dr. Amy, Deputy Director, for the invitation extended to myself, UITM, Malaysia. I brought with me a delegation from Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Nurul, and also Hafizi, and they will be presenting as well. Alhamdulillah, this morning we're going to talk about probably a topic that maybe recently has gained big attention, put it this way. It's a big focus. It's a big urgency as well. And we hope that we have a very young generation here, though, from among the students. I was given to understand that this is probably one of the best polytechnic, tourism polytechnic in Indonesia, Lombok. Although you have many branches looking at the facility, looking at the infrastructure, looking at the students, looking at how you manage this event. I was very amazed, I was very impressed with the hospitality and also the services that you provide. Excellent, thank you very much. As what I mentioned just now, this topic is probably a topic that should be discussed at a much higher level, especially when we look into the future of higher education, in particular the sustainability of education. Sustainability of education. Later on, I will narrow down into the sustainability when it comes to event management. Let's talk about sustainability from a bigger perspective first. Education for sustainability, sustainable development. This is a topic that has raised a lot of concerns to the population nowadays, especially the global populations. As we know, the collective activities of humans have had significant impacts, not just on the environment, but also the economics impact and also social impact as well. And educations, in particular higher educations, would have to be transformed to make sure that the sustainability aspect are included, should be included as part of the curriculum. I think the future of higher education, especially post-pandemic, we need to look into what are the elements, what are the themes, what are the issues that we can incorporate in the curriculum of sustainable higher education. If you look at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we have 17 of those, and one very critical element of that Sustainable Development Goal is quality education. That's the fourth element of SDG, United Nations, quality education. And quality education is all about providing access to education. Universities, polytechnics, higher learning institutions, in the past or even now, a lot of focus has been put on prestige, reputation, image. And all of those may not be the most critical aspect of quality education. One very critical aspect of quality education is access to education. How do we improve access to education? How do we get more people, more students, more younger generations to enroll into higher learning institutions? Access. I think the future of higher learning education should not just focus on ranking, the accreditations, but making sure that everybody, especially the younger generations, students, would have access to quality higher education. That is one very important aspect. Another important aspect of quality education at SDG level, the Sustainable Development Goal, is the equity. I think we have experienced a lot of issues nowadays, current global issues when it comes to inequities, when it comes to conflicts, COVID, globalization, and so on. These are some of the issues that have raised the importance of improving not just access, but also equity in education, meaning that education should not be just confined to certain groups, but at the same time, it should be a right for everyone, right for all. Education should not be confined, should not be limited because of the financial capabilities or even technological capabilities. Sharing of knowledge, particularly education, should not be limited by factors such as linguistic factors, technological factors, and also financial factors. It should be accessible to everyone. Right? That is the very meaning of open access in education. And later on, I will go through very quickly on event management and how event management, because this is the theme of this conference, how event management can be sustainable. What are the aspects? What are the strategies? What are the processes, procedures, and tools that we could use in order to make sure that events that we organize are sustainable? And I start to see a lot of sustainability practices, sustainable practices that are currently being employed here in this event management. And we will look later on what are those aspects of sustainability, sustainable event management. Sorry. Okay, we've talked about quality education. That's what I mentioned just now. It's about transforming life. In higher education, what we do matters in the sense that higher education institutions design in order to create, to develop talents that will serve the communities, talents that will serve the industries, talents that would provide the workforce to the industries. It's about transforming life. It's about sharing knowledge through innovation. It's about sharing innovative practices. Right? It's about improving the quality of life. Right? So that's what matters most in education. And obviously one of the important goals of United Nations is to make sure that education should be the right for everyone. The right for everyone, leaving no one behind. And it's about pursuing knowledge, it's about partnering with stakeholders in terms of transferring that knowledge to the communities, to the industries, and to the various partners. Now, quality in education in a sustainable manner is all about sustainability. As we can see, in order to be able to create, to develop sustainable world, we need to have healthy economy, and healthy economy is the outcome of healthy planet, and it is definitely the outcome of a healthy society. And as you know, as we navigate through this very challenging time, challenges that we are facing with the issues, the geopolitical issues, the conflicts, the COVID, the inequities, the loss of biodiversity, for example. These are the issues, challenges that we are facing. Higher education is also facing this. And there is a shared objective, there is a shared goal, though. And SDG has put that nicely in the form of sustainable goals. In order to achieve a sustainable world, obviously higher education or education institutions would play a leading role into that, because education institutions are those that create, that develop talents for the future. And these talents consist of young generation students, such as you, students that would need to be equipped with the necessary tools, that would be equipped with necessary knowledge, values, and attitudes, ethics. Of course, with that, all those features, the young generation should be able to understand, to take actions, and to make informed decisions at personal level and also society level that would further advance the idea of sustainable development, sustainable education. It has to start with the younger generations, though. And looking at the challenges that we are facing, especially from VUCA perspective, the volatility, the uncertainty, the complexity, and also the ambiguity, I believe with the shared goal introduced by United Nations Sustainable Development Goals would be the best strategies for the world in order to achieve a much more sustainable world. Okay, as we move, these are some of the issues that I've raised. The climate changes, the loss of biodiversity, unsustainable use of resources, and inequality. These are the challenges that the world is facing. And I believe that institutions of higher learning, including polytechnics, universities, private or public universities, we need to focus to make sure that the younger generations that we produce, the talents that we create, that we develop, would be instilled with the value, the attitudes, the knowledge that would help, that would assist in terms of sustainable practices, in terms of the inclusion, for example, in the curriculum. All of these aspects should be included in the curriculum that can further advance the sustainability in education. Sorry, I'm trying to move. Okay, all right. Sustainability in curriculum. All right. The reality is that there is no definitive knowledge content when it comes to sustainability in curriculum. No. I believe for event management, there has been a lot of pressure from sponsors, customers, communities, or even government regulators in terms of practicing, promoting sustainable event management. If you look at the general themes of for sustainable curriculums, there is no definitive. But of course, there are some very important aspects of sustainability that we can include. Now we talk about sustainability in curriculum, the education for sustainable development. We are looking at the impacts of the collective activities of human beings. The collective activities, there are three main categories of that. One is the economic sustainability. Now, any curriculum, courses, programs that are designed in order to promote this sustainable development should incorporate this element. These are the proposed themes that should be incorporated in any curriculum. For example, in order to ensure economic, to sustain, for example, economic impact, these are the aspects that can be included as part of the curriculum. For example, the sustainable and ethical tourism, ethics, globalization, CSR, corporate social responsibility, and all that. For environmental sustainability, again, these are the areas that can be incorporated. And it has to be multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, in a sense that any academic programs from any institutions that are designed in order to promote sustainable practices should incorporate the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary aspect. For example, natural resources, ecological, water, energy management, biodiversity, climate change, and so on. And the other important aspect of sustainability is the social impact, because we want to promote social justice, equity within the community, within population, a more inclusive global community. So these are the aspects that can be incorporated as part of the curriculum for social sustainability. For example, the travel and transport, health, peace, security, sustainability and build management, and so on. So these are the themes that can be incorporated as part of the curriculum for sustainable development education. Now let's go into a very specific aspect on how these sustainable education can be taught in a classroom setting. There are various pedagogical approaches though, and these approaches may not be, there is no strict formula on what is the best pedagogy when it comes to teaching sustainability or sustainable practices. But these are some of the methods that can be employed. We need to get the younger generations, we need to get students to understand, to take actions. And the kind of pedagogy also would have to be transformative, would have to be different from the traditional classroom setting. And there has to be combinations of all that, because we want them to understand it's not just about transferring the knowledge, the values, attitudes, and so on. We want them to understand, we want them to take necessary actions, so that they can promote these sustainable practices. So these are some of the pedagogy that has been proposed that institutions, higher learning, polytechnic, universities can employ to make sure that the practices of sustainability can be embedded into the curriculum. For example, critical reflection, systemic thinking, analysis through critical incidents, technique, participatory learning, thinking creatively for future scenario that includes a future visioning, and collaborative teachings that would get the best from the industries, the best from other institutions. I think one of the very important agenda of any institutions, higher learning institution, is how do we promote cross-institution partnerships, not just with universities, but with the industries, with professional bodies. Right? How do we embrace this smart partnership, and how we can grow this smart partnership so that it will be, it will benefit not just the students, the institutions, but also the country as a whole. Right? So these are some of the techniques on sustainable education. Now let's move into a topic that will be of interest to this audience, though. Sustainable event management. Sustainable event management. Now, ever since after, as what Prof. David Hein mentioned, this is probably the first event of post-pandemic where it is conducted face-to-face, and I believe there are a lot of others who follow us online. The honorable speakers also will be joining us online. There has been a lot of changes, though, a lot of challenges as a result of COVID pandemic, where it focuses on how events are being managed, how events are being run post-pandemic. Although this is not this is not new. Prior to pandemic, of course, event management have been organized in that manner, putting a lot of emphasis on sustainable practices. Because there's always a question mark. If we were to practice sustainability, for example, if we were to inject sustainability aspect in managing event, would this have a negative impact on the financial performance of the event? Would this impact the acceptance by the participants, by the community, society, who are the hosts of the event and so on? So there are issues in the past, and I believe with the post-pandemic era, with technological advances, event nowadays can be organized, can be conducted anyway, the hybrid, physical, face-to-face, online, and so on. So now with technologies, there are many ways on how event can be organized. Now, these are the issues that need to be taught, aspects that need to be that we need to relate, especially to students taking up event management. We need to create that understanding and impact. I think one of the most important aspects in event management is if we want to create an event that is sustainable, we need to make sure that the participants, the team members understand what are these sustainable practices. Because we want to make sure that the customers, we want to make sure that sponsors, the government regulators, or the industries would feel positive about the events that we organize. In fact, an event that is organized employing all these sustainable practices could be part of the positive image, part of good reputations for the company. Right? So these are important aspects, though, and we need also to make sure that events that we organize should go just beyond green practices. Nowadays, in the industry practice, in particular in marketing, we have this greenwashing. Greenwashing is where companies or advertisements that would falsely promote environmental benefit that is not happening. That's greenwashing. So one of the important aspects of the program's sustainable event management is to make sure that the practices that we do would go just beyond greening or event or green practices. The curriculums for event management also should be able to, students should be able to analyze, to assess, and also to improve based on the assessment of events, the use of the right strategies, and of course, learn how to serve their stakeholders. let me share with you, I have a few more minutes. Let me share with you some of the strategies and techniques for sustainable event management. I'm sure these are the practices that most event managers have been doing, and I hope that the audience, in particular the students here, would understand the importance of sustainable practices. Now, any event management, of course, would need to look into this aspect, especially the waste management. You know, the event produce a lot of waste management, especially paper, especially plastic utensils, and also other waste, other form of waste. So I think one of the objectives of any event management is to reduce waste as much as possible, so that we can avoid sending this waste to the landfill. And any event management also will have to look at the totality, especially when it comes to transport management. Events should encourage, for example, a more environmentally friendly transport, bicycles or carpooling, or using public transports, because any events, of course, would produce a lot of would have a lot of visitors, and the impact of these visitors coming in with the individual transport will certainly have a significant impact, especially when it comes to pollution and also environment. Partnership with friendly organizations, especially those organizations that are very much into sustainable practices. And of course, nowadays, post-pandemic, we are using a lot of technology, apps, when it comes to organizing events, right? And this should be the future of event management. And of course, the other aspects, such as using biodegradable materials, composted materials, especially for the food items. And again, one of the biggest impact of any event management is the significant use of energy for lighting, for speakers, and so on, consumption. And one of the alternatives, of course, is virtual event. The future of any event management is going to be, well, it is happening nowadays. It's no longer purely physical, face-to-face, but it's hybrid. You have online, those who follow us online, and of course the physical and the hybrid. So that is the future of event management. Again, one important aspect of event management is the venue itself. The venue would have to be eco-friendly. The venue where there will be a good public transportation, a venue where you have very coordinated waste management, a collection center, and so on. These are some of the examples on how event managers can decide what will be the best sustainable venue. And nowadays, you have various standards that event managers can use in order to promote these sustainable practices. From the British standards now, we have the ISO 20000 121 international standards for event management. We have also the event management software, the global reporting initiative. These are the various tools that event managers, event companies can use in order to make sure that the events that they organize are sustainable. Because really the benefit of organizing, running a sustainable event management, is in particular the implications to the communities or the societies or to the local economy that host the event, the reputations, because environmentally concerned consumers are growing, and obviously these consumers, they would like to see events that can be organized in a very sustainable practices. I've just finished my sustainable presentation on sustainable. In fact, I have a few more slides that I would like to share with you, but because of the time constraint, I will just summarize, in particular, the future of higher education, the future of education. The future of education, especially post-pandemic, will have to look at the goals of SDG. The themes, the sustainable aspect must be embedded in all curriculums, because if you want to protect the ecosystem, if you want to minimize the impact, the environmental impact, the social impact, and also the economic impact of our collective human activities, we need to make sure that our younger generations, the students, the talents that we develop, that we create, would be conscious, would be aware of the sustainable practices. And the best way to do so is by embedding all these practices into curriculum of all of our academic programs as we pursue the global goal of sustainable development, the goal. And with this, of course, we train our younger generations, our students, so that they'll be prepared, so that they will think, they will work, they will make informed decisions collectively, decisions that would have impact, not just on institutions, but also the communities, society, and the world as a whole. So I hope that with this very short topic on sustainable event management, sustainable education, we will have a more open perspective to see how education, higher education in the future, can craft the strategies to make sure that what we do would be sustainable. All right? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the speech from Professor Firdaus. Next, we move to our second keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, our second keynote speaker is Dr. Anukrati Sharma. Let me to read her curriculum vitae. Dr. Sharma is the head and associate professor of the Department of Commerce and Management at the University of Kota, a state government university in Kota, Rajasthan, India. She is the director of the Skill Development Center of the same university. She is also Dean Honorary of two faculties, Tourism and Hospitality and Aviation and Aerospace at Rajasthan Skill University. Rajasthan Skill University is a government state university in Jaipur. And then in 2015, she received a research award from the University Grants Commission, UGC New Delhi, for her project analysis of the status of tourism in Hadoti and Sekwati region, circuit Rajasthan. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, our second keynote speaker is a member of 7 professional bodies. She is attended a number of national and international conferences and presented in 45 papers. She has been invited as keynote speaker, panel member by different countries such as Sri Lanka, Uzbekistan, South Africa, Nepal, Malaysia, and Turkey. She has been invited as visiting professor at Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen, we hear the speech from our second keynote speaker. For Dr. Anukrati, time is yours.
Salamat pagi to everyone. Namaskar, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to one and all. So, I'm Dr. Anukriti Sharma, and thank you so much to the moderator, Dr. Latifa, for introducing me in such a brief. And I must say The co-panel member, Professor Firdaus, already said so much about the sustainable tourism development and about the event education. I really don't have words to explain much. And as it is, I can see the audiences are like maximum are students. So now I'm gonna change my presentation to be the, the student-centric, right? I'm here today for the presentation on entrepreneurship and technology innovations in event tourism. But before I proceed for that, I would like to say thanks to, I think I'm going to change the slides from here. Not sure, yeah. So I would like to say thanks to Professor David for taking this initiative in the collaboration with the Lombok Tourism Polytechnic Institute to organize such a wonderful conference. And without taking much of time, because 30 minutes are allotted to me, and I really want that the students must be engaged before I proceed and jump into my topic. And for that, with the permission of the panel and with the permission of the conference organizers, I want to start with a small activity, please. If you please, I need at least 10 to 15 students to be here in front. Kindly join us. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask any question answer because I want it should be a very creative, because we are talking about events. So events should be excited, right? So it is a request from everyone, all the students, whosoever wants to join, please come here. At least 10 to 15 students I need. Please join us. Come on, be a sport. Students, don't afraid.
Okay, come on.
Come on,
come inside.
Come on.
Come forward, please. Okay.
And I need the music also, please.
Music, please.
Come on, be quick. I have only 30 minutes because.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
I have small souvenirs from India for all the students who are participating. So kindly join. I don't want to take them back to India, please. Come on, be quick. Okay, so students, I need a small favor from you. We'll play a music and I will give some directions, and they're very simple directions. We are not going to do any technical thing here because the generation is quite young, so I don't want to go in very much techniques into. It is a simple thing. When I announce on the mic that you have to walk here. And when I ask you to stop, you have to stop. Clear? Okay, so can we have the music, please? The sports instrumental music. Yeah, so walk. last favor, nothing much. Walk means stop, stop means walk, name means clap, clap means name. And when first of all, please come here. Professor David, please join me if you don't mind. I'm coming down. Okay, can we have a good round of applause for these students? And I hope the backside girl, she will spare me and give me some more time. And don't count this activity in my presentation. Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, you can go back. So now, as we are proceeding towards the presentations, a little bit about me, not taking much of time because we have already shortened time. I have a few authored books. Among them, one is The International Best Practices in Event Management, along with Professor David. And then I have few edited books also. They are under CRC Press and Apple Academy Press, and maximum of them are event tourism in Asian countries, sustainable tourism development, event tourism and sustainable community development. So basically, I'm working on event management and sustainability. I have a few books under Emerald Publications, which are, and even the handbooks also, which are related with over-tourism, with the resilient and sustainable destination after the disasters. And recently, I'm coming up with one more new book that is again on, I don't know where the slide skipped. Under the Routledge, I have a few books again on tourism events in Asia, crisis management, COVID-19, and the tourism industry. And I'm really glad to be here. And I want to tell you I'm the featured author by Routledge also. As well as this is one of the book, Tourism, Future Tourism Trends. You will not believe that this is a volume 2, and there is volume 1 also. We have the same volume of 2 books. And from the Globe, I have received so many chapters for this also. Then I have some books under Springer, which are again related with future tourism in Asia, over tourism technologies and all. And I'm a book series editor of Emerald book series, which is named as Building the Future of Tourism. Routledge book series editor, Insights in Tourism, Apple Academy Press, which is a sister concern of Taylor and Francis and CRC Press, and that is named as short as PATH, and CAB International. It is exclusively on festival and event tourism and hospitality series. Why I'm telling you all this? Because being a teacher, I really want to give an opportunity to the youngsters who are sitting over here for write down their chapters, or maybe they can propose some, the books along with their teachers. So if anyone is interested, please feel free to contact me because I'm here to help and support. Now, before I jump into the main topic, which is related with entrepreneurship and technology innovations in event tourism, I would like to show a few videos. I'm showing the videos first, and then we'll make the deliberations. The reason, because I don't want to disturb again and again, so I'm showing all the videos back to back, that why I'm here to discuss about technology and entrepreneurship. Can we have the videos, please? I don't think so it will work. I'm not able to play it from this. Nope, it's changing. Okay, yep, they're playing? Okay. You can play the Kumbh Mela, if it is possible. So actually, I'm showing these videos because the topic of event management is related with technology and entrepreneurship also. What I want to tell you all, especially the young students who are here, why we need to focus. Ultimately, you are studying, you are taking a degree, and what is the ultimate goal? The ultimate goal is to get a good job, or maybe to stand on your own foot for earning well, right? It could be a startup, it could be entrepreneurship, your own business, or your own event management company. Here, we are using the technology, and you all are very well aware about the technology uses. But in many parts of Asia, especially I'm taking the example for India, I'm showing you a video, which is again during the COVID time. Suppose now, if it is during the COVID time, the situation was like this, then what will, if there's no COVID, you know? So we have to think about how to use the technology advancements in the event. I think there's some problem with the video. I'm not sure. So here's the first video. You can see they are the students.
All right, we are getting those pictures of a stampede-like situation that has been reported at Congress's marathon for children there in Bareilly. Now, this is the situation that you see completely going out of control as children there seem to be falling, and these are majorly consisting of girls there of the Congress's event of Ladki Hu Lad Sakti Hu. That event that was being held in Bareilly, we are looking at situation completely going out of control there, as there is a complete mismanagement that can be seen there on ground. And this is an initiative that was launched by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra herself.
But this particular video is of a rally, of a political rally, where they invited the girl students from all over India. And you have seen this thing. Can you imagine yourself at this place? You certainly don't want to be at this place, right? So it is not an event. Of course, it is also an event. How we can control it?
वहाँ देखा कि ट्रेजेडी हुई है वहाँ पे और कई लोगों की जाने गई हुई है। उसमें क्या हुआ है कि जैसे कि इधर से लोग दर्शन करके जा रहे थे और उधर से
योगी हिसार वाले
श्राइन बोर्ड की
योगी हिसार वाले कहीं भी आवाज को सुनते हो तो जल्दी से जल्दी हमारे पट्टीदारों के सामने आ।
इसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि श्राइन बोर्ड की बहुत बड़ी नालायकी है।
See, now this one also. I'm showing the videos back to back because it will tell you that this is all happening in this world. This is a scary moment when a wedding couple is going on this, just for making it more beautiful, but it's all went wrong. Suddenly.
For more information, subscribe to our channel and press the bell icon.
So that's why I'm showing these videos that when you are planning an event, you have to be very, very meticulous with the arrangements. Being an event manager, it doesn't mean just make it attractive and creative. We have to take care of the safety and security measurements also. And especially when we are talking about the religious tourism, that time we have to be more focused that how to use the technology advancement tools. Certainly, are you playing the video again, the Kumbh Mela? Certainly, we have some.
This is like the positive that came out of COVID, right?
I work for an investment bank.
Okay, and do they know you're here?
Anyways, don't play. I'll just explain now. We'll see that one later. Okay, so the point is this, that we have to re-evaluate. What we need to re-evaluate, how to use the online registration system and only allow the registered persons to the religious site. That should be there. I think in Bali also it has happened a lot of time, not this sort of situation, but yes, because of the crowd, it creates a lot of hassle for the devotees. So in the religious tourism, we have immense scope. Religious tourism events, I would say, we have lots of scope to use the technology advancements tools. We need to, develop the GPS tracking systems or maybe the drones. And of course, we need to collaborate with the well-known personalities or maybe the leaders who can make or can convince the community, to convince the people that don't make such situations which will be dangerous for the life. Because ultimately, every event, whether it is a MICE event, destination wedding, or whether it is a religious event, it's all about creating good experience, creating good memories, not creating any sorrow or the terrible experiences. And I have few strategies, the demarketing strategies which has been adopted by the Saudi Arabian government in 2020 by encouraging the online application only. They have limited the number of the devotees at Hajj. So we can take this sort of examples that how we can control the crowd by using these sort of strategies. And moreover, I want to say one more thing, that we have 4 building blocks of event tourism, that is emotions, expectations, experiences, and entrepreneurship. Whenever we are organizing an event or whenever we are participating in an event, it's always our emotions which actually force us to join it or to participate or to organize it. Emotion can be in any way, but yeah, like Professor David organized this particular conference in collaboration with the Polytechnic College. So that is also emotion to create awareness, to spread knowledge, to create the learning for the youngsters. So there is an emotion, but the different sort of emotion, but yeah, it is also an emotion of feeling. So every event is actually focused on the emotions. So first factor is emotion, your own emotion as an event manager, as an event planner, and the emotions of the participant should be taken care of, first thing. Second thing, expectations. As an organizer, you have an expectation. The same way, the participants have also the expectations. You must have two expectations. Organizing you have to organize any event, but you have to understand the expectations before the event, not during the event, because everyone, when reaching to you, they're reaching with some expectations. So we have to be very specific. What are the expectations of the participants and the experiences? It's all about the experience. What sort of experience you are creating for the participants, and it should be a very memorable and a positive experience. And the last is entrepreneurship. On this slide, it is last. So entrepreneurship is something they have lots of scope of startups to run new businesses. In event management, still there is a problem. People doesn't understand. Maybe you are doubting on me, but it is true. In India, there are so many other cities. People still don't understand that who is a supplier, to organize an event, and who is the event manager. Even the difference of this is not clear in many of the parts still in the country. So that's why we have immense scope for entrepreneurship, to create your own event companies, to create your own event, firms. But what more? Do you think that only 4 is sufficient in event, like the emotions, experiences, expectations, and entrepreneurship? No. There's much more. Encouragement. These are the photographs which I took yesterday when we visited a waterfall over here in Lombok, and you can see there is a boy. He is a graduate from this institution only, because he showed me his card also yesterday. He's a graduate, and our loving person, Professor Arena, she wanted to have a crown. She's seen a lady is wearing a crown of leaves, so she asked that I also want this one. This boy, he picked up the leaves and he actually do it, and then she also tried how to make it. So it is an encouragement, though it is not an event, but when we are organizing an event, we have to include the community in any ways. We have to encourage them, because ultimately, when some person is visiting to your place, they want to see your culture. They want to see what community is doing for you. And as an event planner, we have the responsibility to do something for the society, or to pay back them. And I have one more slide. It is called excitement. Every event should create some excitement. It should be not, we are just talking and greeting and just saying bye-bye. No, it should be excitement, because every event gives you an opportunity for networking. So there should be some excitement, and excitement you can see here. Arena, because she's here with us, you can take a practical example. I'm not going very far with the examples. Yesterday, she even don't want to sit on this scooter. She said, I am afraid and I'm not going to sit on this. And then after, she enjoyed it, because this boy, he is such a nice Hafiz. His name is Hafiz. And he is really a true example that how you can encourage anyone to visit a place, to be a participant in an event if he or she is not doing that. And even I drive the scooter literally yesterday, and it was so exciting. Oh my God. So excitement is also one of the things every event should create. And as I'm seeing the board that I don't have time, so these are some event tourism things which I wanted to discuss. That we can say that AI is the new norm for BI. BI means business intelligence. AI, you all understand, artificial intelligence. So yes, it is the new normal now. You can say that AI is the future of any business intelligence. We have to focus on more, like I got to know that Lombok government, Indonesian government is also focusing on the village tourism, on the rural tourism. So we have to encourage the rural tourism events also, community engagement. We have to create the events with the innovations, definitely. But we cannot forget the basics. We have to keep in mind the basics of our culture, of our, of the place where we are organizing that particular event. One more thing I want to add, which is creativity and innovation, which is very much important to organize any event. But please, it is a request, whenever you are talking about creativity and innovation, be careful about the critical thinking. That is also very much required. At times, we forget about the critical thinking. So that is the important part. And now I want to sum up my talk, but before sum up this talk, I just want to introduce two new terms. That is called workation, and the other one is staycations. The staycations is quite common. Workation, actually it is introduced during the COVID time, where we are talking about work from home, okay? But nowadays, people are working from the hills, people are working nearby the sea beaches. So workation is a new term, and I think because we are talking here about the entrepreneurship, the event companies can come up with such an ideas that how to organize workation events even, because still it is workation tourism, but we can include workation events also. It's all about the ideas. And as Professor David is here, I want to request him also that please plan some event about the accessible events, where we can talk about the people who are differently abled, we can talk about the females who are pregnant, or maybe we can talk about anyone who is temporarily disabled, maybe because of any injury. But yes, we can talk about this, because this will, to be very practical, it will encourage them, it will generate more revenues, because I'm absolutely fit and fine. When I'm visiting an event, I'm visiting all alone. But if suppose I have a temporary injury even in my leg, I have to take support of someone. So if we'll talk about in a practical way, because we are talking about entrepreneurship, so we have to think as a business person right now. So in that case, that will give you more opportunity to create or generate more revenues. And it will, give a sense of equality also. So now we can have the video of workation, please, and I'm gonna end my talk. Please, can we have the video now? So workation is something which is a new term has been launched during COVID, but now it has changed. Earlier it was just work from home, but it has changed now. And I have a video to show, please. Yep.
This is like the positive that came out of COVID, right?
I work for an investment bank.
Okay, and do they know you're here?
Don't tell them.
So this is what work from home is?
Yeah.
Sitting in a hammock, working on your phone.
Hi. You're a digital nomad? So what's it like being a digital nomad?
Free, amazing, you can do whatever you want to. You can stay on the beach and still work, but you have to concentrate a lot. It takes time.
I have a genetics team of bioinformaticians, so they all work on the computer in India, and I run the show from here.
Amazing, from a shack in Goa?
Yeah.
Wow, high five, dude. Are you able to concentrate?
Sometimes.
I run a startup and it's a pickle brand.
Oh, wow. So all these guys are working from home. How is remote working going for you?
Fantastic.
Really? You get good internet over here in Goa?
Always.
Really?
2 years now.
Good internet?
Yeah.
Shit, only I don't get good internet.
Where are you from?
Chandigarh.
Chandigarh. And you're working from the mountains?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wow. How is it working from here?
It's good. I can't complain.
Yeah, wow. With that view, of course.
I work for 60 Decibels. It's an impact measurement organization.
And do they know you're working from the mountains?
Yeah, my whole team across the world is in different parts of, wherever.
world.
And yeah.
This is the new normal, guys. This is the new normal.
I work as a financial analyst for a company.
Wow. And does your company know you're here?
I don't think so.
Good, I can work from wherever I want to work, and I can roam wherever I want to roam, and I can enjoy my beach coffee with my laptop.
Oh,
and do my
amazing.
work.
So what do you do?
I am a software engineer. I'm an RPA developer.
If you want to work on something, you should start with yourself.
And you should work on the beach.
If you can do this, why not?
Why not? Look at this view. I see more people working. Excuse me, sorry to disturb.
Hi.
Are you working from home?
Yes.
Working from the beach? What are you working on?
My temporary home.
What are you working on?
I'm working on a jewelry collection.
Are you a jewelry designer?
Yes.
And you work from the shack?
I work from any place that's inspiring.
Working with a mountain view? Do you
Yeah.
get anything done?
Yeah, most of the times.
Yeah?
You can focus better, but yeah, it gets tough focusing with the mountain right there.
But I can think of tougher things in life, right?
Yeah, I can't complain.
Yeah, right. How long have you been working from the mountains?
About 14 days now. I think I plan to be here for about 5, maybe 10 more.
Okay, excellent. And then you'll go home?
Maybe someplace else.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe.
So this is what work from home is?
Yeah.
Sitting in a hammock, working on your phone.
Yeah.
Guys, look at this life people are leading. Work from home doesn't have to be at home. It can be from anywhere.
So, how you feel about it? That's why I'm telling you, the terms, the ideas, the world is not going these days on, on all these things which we have to be very honest, we have to generate new ideas. We have to be very, very creative, and workation is a term which is actually a creative thing. Because everyone, if you have heard and if you have seen these videos, they all are youngsters working from different sides, and they are not same profession. Someone is jewelry designing, someone is software engineering, and they all are working. And in fact, 93% of employees are more productive when they are working remotely. So yes, for organizing events in the future, the rural tourism or the remote areas can be the buzzword. Maybe it is just my vision, but yeah, I think so. So because I have already seen the card, so I'm not going to talk about the staycation, because I'm not going to talk about the storytelling dinner, but I want to tell you about this boy, you can see in the middle. He is a startup, and he is running a business of, what he's doing. He is just making these clay stoves, clay pots, clay, tawa, you understand, right? So he's making utensils of clay, and all over India he's supplying. So you can see he's in such a young age, and you cannot even imagine that someone making just clay pots and everything and making it as a startup. And even JV Marriott is taking all these utensils and they are also using. So this is a startup ideas. So I have a lot actually to talk about, but I'm really sorry I don't have this much of time. So by saying thank you to the conference organizer, I'm taking an exit from this wonderful platform, but with a hope that this exit will give me a new entrance somewhere in those globe. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you. Terima kasih, if I'm not wrong. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, our Dr. Anukrati, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the paper presentation. There will be 3 presenters for today. I will call them one by one. First of all, I will call Dr. Ami Rosa. Please come forward, Dr. Ami Rosa. Next is Ibu Dr. Nurul Hamiza Zamuri. Would like to come forward. And the last is Dr. Engelbert Pasak. Mr. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Anukrati, for your speech. We invited 3 speakers. Sit down, please. Okay, Mr. here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today's our first speaker will be delivered by Bu Dr. Amirosa Ria Saktiaji. Yeah, time is yours, Bu. Excuse me, Bu Dr. Ami, the time is only 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, the honorable all the speakers here today, and also for all participants here. My sincere gratitude to all the team here that make me here this morning, especially for Professor David Hines and all speakers from 7 countries. I'm really proud to be here. And special thanks also, we have Bapak Edo here as the head of Indonesia Congress and Conventions Associations. Welcome Pak Edo to our lovely campus Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok. What I would like to present today is, this is actually our progress for opening our new program in Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok. So this presentations, the title of this presentation is Job Opportunities and Opening of Event Study Programs to Support Mandalika Super Priority Destinations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our institution is under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. So here in Lombok, maybe I can tell you that this island or Lombok is very hyped with event right now. So I will start with some brief of Indonesia. That in Indonesia the events now is getting more fantastic with the number of concert, and also can you play the, yes, we can see the dynamic, the event dynamic in Indonesia. Most of the concert events in Indonesia is get more spectators, participants to come to the events post the pandemic. In line with what Dr. Anukrati just said just now, that there is risk management in every event. So we have to be aware for the professionals who handle the events. Next, please. And the trends here from the literature of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, the consumer are carried away by FOMO, fear of missing out. So they are really enthusiastic to see the concert. Like just now we have Blackpink, and then some of artists like Coldplay and etc. in Indonesia. It's really famous and get a lot of number of participants because they are really enthusiastic post the pandemic. Next, please. And these events make the multiplier effects impact. Next. Next. Yeah. Now will go further to the tourism in Lombok area. This profile shows that this is the integrated tourism master plan in Lombok. I'm so sorry, this is still in Bahasa, so I would like to give you some brief regarding the integrated tourism master plan. That here in Lombok we have one super priority destinations called Mandalika. Ladies and gentlemen, we see from these pictures that there is impact for the economy, and we need, for example, for the MotoGP events, we have more than, it's around 80,000 until 140 spectators, and then we will have 8,000 rooms until 2024. We need until 2024 we need 12,000 workers in tourism. So the master plan is we are build these institutions, this Polytechnic Pariwisata Lombok, one as the supporting for the development of Mandalika tourism super priority in Indonesia. Next, please. From this chart, we can see that there is the need of the human resources for tourism. Until 2022, we still only have 20,397 persons working in tourism industry. But now, after this, I would like to show you the need of the workers in Mandalika. Next, please. Here, we have Circuit Mandalika, one of the main attractions in Mandalika area. That we have two big events in every year. There is MotoGP on March, and also we have World Superbike in November. And for this year's, it's changed. The World Superbike just finished last week. So we can see from the charts. Next, please. That there is some issues here in Mandalika, that there is still some workers comes from the other island, and it looks like we didn't support our community here, the locals here in West Nusa Tenggara Barat. That's why from this, I would like to show you that if you would like to build the sustainable tourism in our destination, it means just like Professor Firdaus just said, that we have to concern regarding the sustainable tourism. We have to pro people, pro planet, and we also have to know how we get the profit from the development of the tourism. So, next please. Actually, the aims of this study is to establish an events management study program according to the job opportunities and market needs in the province of West Nusa Tenggara Barat, which has a super priority tourism destination Mandalika, which is the leading destination for organizing events in Indonesia. Next, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in Lombok, I feel so nervous because I just have 3 minutes. And the job opportunities and local participations. We know if we want to build the sustainable tourism for the economical, we have to gain the local participations, and then we have the fair employment opportunities for all local people and access for all local communities. Next, please. I would like to make it fast. This is some data that we can see from this data that the trends is higher on March and also November. It's because we have two big events, which is MotoGP and also World Superbike. Next, please. And here we can also, especially for the region of Central Lombok, we can see also the room occupancy is getting higher in March and also around July, September, around the events. Next, please. This is the average of length of stay. We can see it is also very high on the period of the events. Next, please. And this is the data for the domestic tourists who come to Lombok. Here we can see for the March, for the MotoGP is very high, and also in the end of the year, in December. Next, please. This is the purposes of the tourists coming to this island is for recreations, business, meetings, visiting friends and relatives, and etc. And we can see that business, recreations, congress makes a large number of the people come to this area. Next, please. Next. I only have 1 minute. Next. Okay, we can see from the data there is some increasing of the people coming to this island, especially for some events. Next, please. All right. Now I would like to show you all regarding these destinations. The Mandalika, the premier destination for sports and entertainment. From this area, I think all of you tomorrow will visit this area, so I can show you directly in the circuit of Mandalika. We have the destination for sport, golf, marine and cruise, mangrove. There will be theme park also in this area. Next, please. From this data that I get from the ITDC, the Mandalika, the additional human resources needed for every event, like this for MotoGP, they need more than 4,600 teams. It is temporary, not the permanent one. Next. And also for, this is for the World Superbike, we can see around 3,000 supporters for the tenant, for the human resources supporting for these events. Next, please. I can make it fast. The projected of the needs of the human resources, we can see it will be getting increased. Next. We see from the developing of these destinations, there will be much more facilities built. So there will be 1,800 human resources for hotels, restaurants, for events, 8,000 human resources for events, and etc. We can see the development of this area. Next, please. So we have the regulations here in this country that we have to adopt, that we are under the tourism and creative economy ministry, so we have to adjust our planning strategies that we can combine with the Ministry of Education, because it's not easy, if we are under the Ministry of Education, so we have to make the acceleration between this ministry. Next, please. So from the data, this is only I would like to show that Lombok is built here to support the Mandalika, the ministry, the purposes of the ministry where Lombok located is to support Mandalika, the super priority destinations. Next. Next, please. The time is already finished. So this is our existing program. Next, please. Yeah, travel management. Next. Room divisions. Food and beverage. Next. Culinary art. Next. This is our accreditations for our both program that we already have now. Next. But still, there is much more opportunities in event area. That's why, next please, we need to open a new department to support the development of this area, especially for Mandalika super priority destinations. Looking to the future, Indonesia needs to take industry seriously, domestic events, Forbes predicts, and etc. It don't stop here. Indonesia also needs to prepare regulation and bureaucracy transparent and easy for events promoters to present world-class show in Indonesia. Next, please. Next. This is only the data, how we can make an event organizer. It is very easy actually here in Lombok, Indonesia, to make as an entrepreneur in event industry. So it means it's an opportunities in events industry, especially in this area, in this province, to develop as an entrepreneur in event industry. Next, please. From our focus group discussions with the industry, like Pak Edo here from INCA, Evendo, and etc., with the economic and government, we have the conclusions. Next, please. Events are the driver of tourism and the economy in the province of West Nusa Tenggara Barat, opening up job opportunities that requires human resources who have competence in the field of events. So it is necessary to open an event management study program in Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is my presentations that I would like to show that it is really needed for us to open a new program called Special Events Management in Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. Hopefully, we can get the support from the government, the regulations, because we are under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, not under the Education Ministry. Thank you very much for your attention. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Amirosaria Satyaji, for your presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, let we move to the second speakers, Ibu Dr. Nurul Hamiza Zamuri. For Ibu Dr. Nurul Hamiza Zamuri, time is yours.
Hi everyone, and very good morning. Still morning? Okay. Okay, thank you for the opportunity for me to share. I'm Nurul Hamiza from Faculty of Business and Management. I would like to introduce my team, my handsome team member, Associate Professor Dr. Kashmina Singh, which is also the economics in my team, and also Cik Azura Nordin, who is actually event lecturers and very active with students' events. Okay, so what I will share today is about sports event and event legacy. Okay, before that, I would like to ask how many of you involved with MotoGP last 2 weeks as a volunteer? Any of you? Adakah? Ada. Okay, before that, sebenarnya allow me to speak in bahasa because I also would like to share my pantun. Terlupa. I'm very excited to share to me all of you. Then I forget that I have come up with pantun. Okay. Pariwisata Indonesia semakin maju. I'm replying your boss just now. Pelajar Politeknik Lombok yang handsome and comel. Semoga terus berjaya dan maju bagi pengembangan event management di merata dunia. Okay. Sorry, terlambat. Okay, thank you. There is a pantun, so I need to reply because just now the from Lombok Tourism also gave a pantun to us, so I am replying his pantun. Okay, so this is myself again. Sorry, I am actually representing from Faculty of Business, my team, Kashminda and Cik Azura. I am actually wearing T-shirt of Lee Tour di Langkawi sports event that organized in Malaysia every year. And last year, this project is actually our third project with Ministry of Sports. Okay? Alright. Okay. Mana dia punya slides ni? Oh, dah ni. Okay. So, this is some of the sports events that we have in Malaysia. Example, Ironman Malaysia, which organized at Langkawi. Okay. So, our faculty Business and Management involved in this event as a researcher in evaluating the events in 2016. Okay. And also, we also involved with sports event also last year. We organized at Putrajaya and involved with Lee Tour di Langkawi, and also we involved with MotoGP. So the faculty members. So today I would like to show you about the legacy. So I will focus only 2 events, which is Ironman and also Lee Tour di Langkawi. Okay, so as sports event industry actually have contributed to an economic impact to from sports event, which is in 2022 is more than 28.8 billion contributed by this industry. So the sports events is actually fall under Ministry of Sports. Okay, and it involved the involvement of Ministry of Tourism in Malaysia. Okay, so all right. Next. Okay. So what is the term of legacy? Legacy is any outcomes that affect people. So anything that affect people or space that caused by a change, by a structural change, whether it's a building, physical, emotional, or a people that stem from an event. It comes from an event and it involves people. Yeah, involve us, involve environment, which is the city itself. That it involves a change, okay, and the outcome can be neutral, positive, or negative. So this is what the meaning of legacy according to Holger Prost 2018. So if you reflect back yourself, when you have MotoGP last week, it involved your community, the government agency, the environment, the around here, the change that after the event, and the outcome and the positive or the negative. So I hope that there is a evaluation of the impact to this industry as result for organizing GP Moto last 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, last week, yeah? Okay, so in my study, I control this PowerPoint or the organizer, sorry? Okay. All right, so in the concept of legacy itself, when we talk about legacy, according to one of the author, it means that it involves 3 dimensions, which is pre, during, and post, which means before, during, and after. And each of them is interlinked with each other, is correlated with each other. It means that it have interrelation with each other, interconnected. Yeah. So it means that, for example, the concept of sports event, when we organize event, it involves the policy of the policy maker of the country. So, for example, in Malaysia, in order for you to organize an event, you need to register, apply to Ministry of Sports. For international is more than 3 months, but for Malaysia is more than 1 month. So means that that is the maximum. Okay, so involved with legal policy, means rule and guidelines. So it means that, for example, you are not allowed to do it is for you to practice sustainable during the event, one of it must involve the community and engage with the agency. So there's some policy or rules that we need to follow. And then when it involves with politics, it involves with funding. Yeah, when we organize in Malaysia, we involve funding from many agencies, industry, and private sector. So, for example, for Ironman involved by our management, by our country in Ministry of Tourism also involved with the funding. The sports also involved that, and also it involved several agencies, government agencies in Malaysia. So, in the concept of legacy, so we need to look at all the stakeholder involved. Yeah. Okay. Next. Okay. So based on this study, based on this issue on a sports event, we refer to literature. So my discussion today is more on discussing on secondary data based on literature, and also my exploration of research during event that we involve. Okay, so we involve bibliometric analysis, which involves corpus database between 2000 and 2022, and which found that there is a trend that we need to look at mega sport event legacy. So because of this, therefore in this study, our study is more on focusing on mega sports event and the legacy. Okay, so in this concept, next. Okay, in this study, in order for us to start with our research, we use 2 methods of technique. Yeah, one, we use systematic literature review. Okay, second, we use case studies. Okay, in this presentation, the case study is Ironman and also the tour Langkawi. Okay, next. Okay, systematic literature review is actually a collection of journals and collections of articles from database. Okay, and there are techniques on how to identify the quality of the article, and there is steps on how to choose the article. So, if you are interested to learn about this systematic literature review, please call us or invite us from IPM also, and from Faculty of Business Management. We can share with all of you on the systematic literature review technique. Okay, so next. Okay, next. So it involves 3 techniques with 3 steps. One, you need to identify the ROS, which is one is to identify the issue. Okay, second, you need identify on the identifications of the article itself, and then the third is more on systematic searching strategy, in which that when you want to identify the article in the database, you need to use several keywords, and then from this keyword you need to do some screening. Yeah, when we have this article, in this study, we found that there are 330 articles that mention about event legacy and 294 about sports event legacy. And as a result of this, we need to screen it. Okay, when we do screening, we will identify, and there are several criteria that we need to meet. Okay, and as a result, we found the eligibility of the article is 155 articles. Okay, next. Okay, that is the method of how we get the literature review data or the content from the articles. So as a result of this, we found that there is a trend where in sports event legacy discuss more about transportation and accessibility. What happened during after the event? What left here? What is the impact? Yeah, and then the governance, event impact, social legacy, culture, and also the image and brand that bring by the sports event to the country. Okay, this is according to the literature, means that we look at the trend on from the articles, what are the key terms or the key things that discussed by scholars. Okay, next. Okay. Another one, another method that we use is case study. I would like to share with all of you 2 case studies that we actually relate with the legacy of sports event in Malaysia. One is Ironman and one is Li-Tua di Langkawi. Okay, next. Okay. The Ironman is actually an iconic name to triathlon athletes, okay, as a medium to challenge the physical and mental ability till the finisher line. It's organized by World Triathlon Corporation since 1970s at Hawaii with only 18 competitors. That is where they started that from during 1970s. Now, we organize Ironman in Malaysia every year except during pandemic. Okay, so when we organize Ironman in Malaysia, it involves the Malaysia Convention Bureau, which is myself, LADA, which is agency, state agency at Langkawi, and also Tourism Malaysia. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, what is Ironman? Okay, Ironman is where the triathlon the athlete must need to swim for 24 kilometers, and after swimming, need to bike 180 kilometers. After that, run 42 kilometers. So they need to fit, make sure that they fit. Okay, so when we organize this, next slide. When we organize this involves the community, needs the community engagement during the event. If you can see that throughout Langkawi, involve community to support and as a volunteer also. And in order for the community, because every year there is Ironman in Langkawi, the community already prepared. They are waiting for this event. So, based on our interview with the volunteer and the community, they said that they are prepared, especially they need to prepare and to talk in English, because most of the Ironman participants or athletes is from international countries. So, and then this is where they are prepared. So there is a knowledge transfer to the community there. So there is also a training to the community. Okay, so next. Okay, next. Okay, so as a result, the legacy or what the impact from the event itself is one is social legacy, means that there is an involvement of the community during the event. There needs to know their knowledge transfer, training, because they need to communicate with the tourists, and also they need to highlight on one thing that emphasized by Ironman is actually sustainability, event sustainability, because every time the athlete cycle, they will throw the bottle, the plastic bottle, because they then the community will do some collection and they will do a impact. Is this a time for me? Okay. And the economic impact, as I mentioned earlier, there's an economic impact from as a result of event, and the image and brand of the for Langkawi itself is actually image that Langkawi is for event destination spot for Ironman. And also the culture itself, the community there, the community will involve with the cultural performance. They need to have involvement with all the stakeholders involved during the event. Okay. Okay. Next. Okay. I think I just is it time for me, Miss? Okay. So I just discussed a bit of Litua de Langkawi. Give me 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, if you look at Litua de Langkawi, is also a sports event that organized in Malaysia every year, where the event and at Langkawi also. Okay, so they involve 18 stations and 18 venue, where the 18 venue involved usually is more on the state, every state in Malaysia. When they organize the event, it also involves the community. They need the community engagement. It seems like that Ironman just now that I mentioned to you. Okay, all right, next. Okay, this is the impact that we have for this Litua de Langkawi for 2020 and 2022. Okay, so it means that as a result for organizing this event, there's an economic impact to the community. That's why we also organize GP Moto here, because we believe that from sports event, we can create a job creation, employability, and also the economic impact to community at the destination. Okay, next. Okay, same. The impact is similar with Ironman. Okay, so next slide. Next slide. Okay, this is what I would like to conclude, in which that when we talk about legacy nowadays, there is also a trend that we need to still look into the economic legacy. There is still a need to go deeper into the concept and also the involvement of the community engagement. Okay, so last. Okay, in conclusion, okay, the sport event, it is suggested that more research on economic legacy, where in Malaysia we also have other events other than I have mentioned earlier, for example, International Regatta and Lima and so on. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you. Okay, I end my presentation with a pantun. Sadia Village Tarikan Pelancong, Sukaraya Tempat Shopping. Jemput datang ke Malaysia untuk melancong, Central Market untuk shopping.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Nurul Hamiza Zamuri. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the last presenter in this morning season paper presentation, Bapak Dr. Engelbert Pasak. Time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Still 12:06, so selamat pagi. I learned that after 12, you have to say selamat siang. But that will be for later. Anyway, I'm presenting about my university, which is in the Philippines, the Pan-Pacific University. So can we bring out the slides, please? Let me give you a short story, and then it's a product of research and actually developing practices of the university towards sustainable practices in events management. I belong to the administrative group, so therefore we make policies and guidelines for the entire university, and we look also on the economic impact or financial impact of the sustainable practices that we have in the university. So my university is 30 years old right now. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary, and we're very glad that we have these wonderful years changing lives of other people in the area. Ours is just the same as here in Lombok when we were traveling from the airport to here. The site is almost the same. You can see rice paddies, rice fields also. So it's it's almost similar. So events management in Pan Pacific University started when I went back in 2016, and we have been very active also when it comes to the talk of Millennium SDGs. It ends in 2030, so it's 7 years from now, and we started also in 2020, we launched our own Agenda 20 or 2020, which was launched in February 20 of 2020 also. Just few days before the lockdown of Pan Pacific University, which is March 15. In 2023, we celebrated our anniversary with a bang. We updated our solar panels. So I'm on the first slide, please. We have updated our solar panels, and we have a complete turnaround because we are powering up the university with 100% renewable energy. We are paying around 250,000 pesos, and $1 is like 57 pesos. We're paying 250,000 pesos for a month electricity, but right now we are paying 50,000 pesos because we don't operate also at night. So our solar panels are actually very new, and it's helping us lower down the costs. We received APM stores in 2021. That was coinciding with the pandemic. Thanks to Professor David, we did it online. Before lockdown, he visited us for a short lecture, but he was very observant already on our sustainable practices in the university. So we wanted to lower costs of our events. Next slide. So again, we have the solar panels. I hope it's showing. It's on two sides, and hoping that the sun is shining well right now so we can lower down still the costs. Next slide. In our university, this is what we practice here in Pan Pacific University. In our university, we have Leaders Summit, and we have a lot of activities, but we use reusable bottles, so no PET bottles are allowed inside the campus. Even water bottle or juices, orange juice, for example, are not served inside the campus, but we buy them by the bulk, and we serve them through the use of glasses. So therefore, Professor David, if you are keen to, for example, you will be excused if you need Fiji water, just in case. But in our normal scenario in my university, just the next slide, please. Just last week, we have Koreans visiting our office, our campus, and then we have also the use of these kinds of bottles. The students, next slide, please, they use their own tumblers. So once they come to school, our staff and students, they bring their own, and then they refill their PET bottles or their tumblers with 1 peso. It's just a very small amount when they refill. Next slide, please. And then next slide. We had party last week also. We had Oktoberfest. Yes, we tell the students you can drink inside the campus because we don't want to become hypocrite. In the Philippines, all universities would say there's no alcohol inside the campus, but in the campus, in Pan Pacific University, oh yes, we encourage them to drink alcohol. But then that's when we teach them, because you can only consume 2, maximum of 3 bottles of beer, and we only serve beer, so that we can teach them that, your face is already red, you have to stop drinking. Because everyone says drink responsibly, but no one enforces what is responsible drinking. And in my country, Oktoberfest is actually drinking, but Oktoberfest in Europe is a music festival. So our understanding is very shallow. It was painted by a beer company that it is supposed to be a drinking till you drop, or at least you have to blow everything out. Next one, please. We use reusable or biodegradable materials when we serve food. This is done during Oktoberfest. Next one, please. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Paper cups, next slide. No plastic bags, next slide. Okay, this is my favorite because we just had the commencement or the graduation ceremonies, and then we get rid of the cut flowers, because when you cut the flowers die, and then the main source is also not happy because it's something that hurts them also, so they cannot regrow into the normal. So therefore, we use plants also, so we just buy plants and we try to rearrange, and then we try to propagate plants also so that we can use them in our vertical gardens. It's one of the next things that we have to do, because our campus is 3.1 hectares, and then we wanted to propagate more with the use of plants also. So we use lead walls, and then we have those tarpaulins, but we use them for the entire year. But this one, we're using it now for 2 years. So we just store them properly, clean them properly, and then we use them again. So the decorations, again, next slide. If we have small booths, they use, the next one please, they use cutouts from magazines, for example, and then they just paste them somewhere else to make it more artistic. Yes, this is all from magazine. The next slide. If you have technology, next slide please. We use, of course, iPad if they have it. Okay, and then if you visit us again, Professor Hind, we will be using, next slide, digital materials to welcome our participants or our guests. Can we show the next slide? Okay, we have televisions all over the area, and we just use them and to welcome our visitors. Next slide. We use QR codes, so we got rid of the souvenir programs during graduation. You just imagine if you have 1,000 students graduating, everyone has a 1 inch thick or half-inch thick of a souvenir program with their faces and all, but who cares? Who keeps these papers actually? They store them, or your parents will store them in their houses, but then later on it will just be a waste. So we just use a QR code. This is when they apply, but then during graduation we use QR code, and all of those programs are actually in the QR code. We don't print out anymore, not unless we have a visitor coming from the government offices, because they always require a paper that is printed, but we only print when it's needed. I remember during graduation when we need to print 2,500 copies of invitations and souvenir programs, but last September, we only printed out 10 pages or 10 booklets or souvenir programs only for accreditation purposes. So we need to keep them in the library for accreditation. So the next slide, please. Energy conservation, next slide. QR codes, next slide. Okay, Lay. We used this one during the NACM conference. It's an international conference in 2022. Next slide, please. And we use something that is a plastic. So Professor David Hind, take note, the ones that you used before are actually used during the NACM conference in 2022. And if you will go back, we will make sure that it's disinfected and we will use the same thing. But then, right now, next slide, there are no more lace that we are using. So we got rid of all those lace because it's also 250 pesos, and 250 pesos times 10, that's already a lot for us, for the cost. So we need to lower down the cost by just saying your ID is your face, because you're the VIP in the university. And during that time, how many VIPs would there be? Maybe just Professor David, or maybe just a couple. So we can always identify them. Next one. In conferences, we had the last year, or early this year in June, we had a conference. And then if the students are attending, they will be using, because this is in a hotel in Clark. And yes, if you have the APM next year, we will invite everyone. After Malaysia, we'll do it in Clark or in my university. The previous slide, please. Back, please. One slide. Okay. the students use their ID because everyone gets an ID during special events. So therefore, we don't use them anymore because we just tell them you bring your old ID that will identify that you are part of the event. So if there are guests, they use their company IDs. Otherwise, they just come because, again, the identification mark is actually, yet you are the newest addition to the group. So therefore, you are our guests. Next one. Next slide. Okay. During the commencement in 2023, we only collected 1 sack of plastic trash because there are some guests, parents, etc. They bring in candies and all. And yeah, in our events, we just keep everything in just maximum of 2 hours. Our graduation, believe it or not, is just 2 hours because when you receive the diploma, there are several stations when you shake hands and take photos. So therefore, we just lower down everything. So we printed out 5 for this one. Oh, sorry, it's 5. And then from 800,000, now it's down to 1,000 pesos. So you can see how big the savings was. Next slide. The lace, for example, stage decoration is $15,000. Now we substituted the cut flowers so that with plants so that they can be propagated. So 250 times 10, that's 25. Now it's actually 0 pesos. Next slide. Now, we established the Office of Sustainability, which I'm actually leading, and it's just 1 month old. What we are doing right now is that we're creating a university in a garden. A garden means is working very well. Symbiotic relationship is there. You coexist with the plants coexist with the animals coexist with the microorganisms in there. So therefore, you need not hurt all those living organisms also. So it's the next one is program is low to zero waste. So we use reusable paper or no paper at all. For the food, we have to consume, and then during buffet, you have to get only the thing that you will eat. Okay? No leftovers, as that would be very appreciative of you if you will eat everything that you have taken on your food. Next one is the clothes or costume. We use costumes that are supposed to be reusable or something that you have from your own cabinet. Otherwise, we will not encourage anymore that students manufacture, buy new clothes, etc. Otherwise, they use their uniform if they have activities also. Next one is resource efficiency. We have channeled programs to happen. If it's graduation, it should start 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Why? The temperature in our area is actually very cozy during 4 p.m. onwards, and we have to end at a maximum of 6 or 7 if there is an extension because we don't want to keep the emergency or the lights going on. So therefore, we are very, very okay with resource efficiency right now. Now, we wanted to develop more green area. We have thousands, or no, not thousands, hundreds of classrooms right now. But then right now, with the use of technology, and we have inverted or we have flipped classrooms, we are removing all those dividers in our classroom and transforming them into common spaces. And that's part of the agenda right now. Students, once given instructions, they go to the areas where there's no air condition. It's just out in the area, and then they just mingle with their friends. They just do the activities. So next one. Next slide, please. Number 5. We encourage green procurement. So we do everything. We buy everything using online means. No more papers because there's a paper signed by one office to another. So we encourage the use of the online and emails for approvals. Plant-based consumption. This is something that we are doing right now. We're planting in our own backyard things that we can consume, like eggplant or okra, which is common also in Indonesia and the Philippines, or even in Malaysia, I think. Now, number 7, we discourage the take-in of take-out. So McDonald's is very sad. Milk tea outside is very sad because they can no longer be taken in. And if you buy in McDonald's, you have to put it in your own lunch box and then bring it to the campus. So you cannot take in your take out from other areas. Bring your own home cooked food because it's very cheap. 10 pesos, for example, for rice. But then if you have rice at home, just bring it in. Next agenda is research, monitoring, and evaluation for continuous improvement. And the last is policy improvement. Next one. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, looking forward, we send out the message to across. So therefore, if we encourage events such as bicycling, we cycle. I do it with my students. We encourage everyone. Every second Saturday of the month, we go out to the neighborhoods. We go to another city or town. We plant, next one, we plant coconut because that's very common in Asia Pacific Rim. And it's something that we have to consume every now and then. We encourage also the star apple or mabolo or santol. I do not know how you call it here. But then these are local fruits that have hardwood that can be used by people later on. So we go out and then we plant trees with this. And then we also clean the area. The next one, I hope we can do it with you, Professor Hein. We bicycle. Moving forward, we are actually moving from our traditional way of managing events because we wanted to seek for the UI Green Metrics. This is a ranking also all throughout the world where we promote or they promote the use of sustainability. We wanted to seek for environmental management, the ISO 14000, and then what Professor Freidus said a while back, it's the Sustainable Events ISO certification 21221, and then in 2030, when UN says, okay, it's already done, I hope that the university has done its part. When they say, pass your papers, what have you accomplished? In 2030, 7 years from now, we hope that we'll make a difference in the lives of our students who will become leaders later on. Next one, please. This year, the theme of our university is Be a Good Soil. So every person is encouraged to be a good practice, to practice the same sustainable events that we have, because everyone is encouraged to become a good soil so that more fruits of this earth will be cultivated. And when we will leave this earth, it will be better than when we have experienced or when we have reached it. So I thank you for listening. And I'm hoping that you were able to pick up something. More policies to come. To date, the last update, when I was doing my slides or my Excel sheets, we have from January up to this time of the year, we have saved 2.5 million pesos. That's roughly around 700 in Indonesian rupees. 700 million Indonesian rupees, and all of which will be plowed back to scholarships. So all the things that we did will be for our students also, especially for those who cannot go to school because they have no access to it, especially the monetary rewards. So 700 million rupees will be plowed back for the scholarships for next school year. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Engelbert Pasak, for your presentation today. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, before we break to get lunch, we will have photo season with all of the participants here. Pak Haris, would you like to help us? First is please kindly all of the guests, speakers and keynote speaker come forward. We will take picture together. Okay, in line here, Pak Haris would like to help us. All of the moderator, Pak Wendy and Bu Sarah, come forward, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the lunch session. The lunch will be held at the 6th floor in the restaurant of the Balin Sultan Hotel. The lunch session will be held for 1 hour. Therefore, the attendees are invited to enjoy the dishes that has been served.
Peluang itu ibarat sunrise. Jika tidur terlalu lama, kita akan melewatkannya. Maka, bangun dan bangkitlah untuk mempersiapkan diri. Sebab tanah kita, Indonesia, menyimpan segudang sejarah dan budaya. Memiliki panorama yang indah dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Sungguh berpotensi untuk menunjang pariwisata. Sumber daya manusia yang mumpuni pun harus segera disiapkan untuk membangun pariwisata. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok yang terletak di salah satu destinasi pariwisata favorit dunia hadir untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia pariwisata yang akan menempati top level di dunia internasional. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri pariwisata di bawah Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Badan Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia, yang menyelenggarakan program pendidikan vokasi bidang pariwisata dengan pusat kajian pariwisata halal yang memikat mata dunia. Dalam proses pembelajarannya, diterapkan 70% pembelajaran praktik dan 30% pembelajaran teori. Terdapat 4 program studi, yaitu Diploma 3 Divisi Kamar, menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing tinggi yang menguasai dasar-dasar keilmuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang divisi kamar pada usaha akomodasi atau perhotelan yang berkelanjutan. Diploma 4 Pengaturan Perjalanan, berkonsentrasi pada bidang pariwisata, khususnya usaha produk dan jasa di bidang transportasi dan perjalanan wisata. Mahasiswa juga didorong untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang kewirausahaan serta teknologi informasi. Diploma 3 Tata Hidang, belajar meracik dan menyajikan makanan serta minuman tradisional maupun internasional, mulai dari aneka kopi, teh, hingga minuman herbal yang telah menjadi tren dunia. Diploma 3 Seni Kuliner, berorientasi menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang kuliner. Kesuksesanmu ada dalam tindakanmu. Maka, persiapkan masa depanmu sekarang bersama Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok. Dan jadilah seperti matahari, terbit dengan harapan, terbenam dengan kemenangan.
This is my moment, don't let it go. It's been a long time. tuh seru banget. Karaokean,
Friendly banget mereka.
Iya, friendly banget. Anak Bali. Semua friendly ya.
Dan tentunya kami juga senang karena bisa diajak jalan-jalan keliling daerah-daerah Lombok, tempat-tempat wisata yang bisa kami kunjungi.
This is only trash. Like, look
Sampah
at
plastik,
the amount
konsumsi
of
energi yang berlebihan dan jejak
random
karbon.
stuff.
Itu adalah beberapa contoh bagi
Ilmu
pengetahuan.
Recently, I've been to Rinjani and I was shocked with the amount of trash I could see around. We managed to pick up 1.6 tons of trash.
So what do you think? Kegiatan ekonomi manusia.
Poltek Pak Lombok mengambil bagian yaitu penanaman mangrove dan Rinjani Clean Up atau membersihkan destinasi wisata unggulan di Lombok ini.
Semoga ini tumbuh dan jadi komunitas.
Kami dari pemerintah Desa Sugian dan Karang Taruna mengucapkan selamat dan terima kasih kepada Poltek Par Lombok yang sudah menyelenggarakan acara penanaman mangrove di Dusun Proklim Desa Sugian. Sugian lestari.
Untuk keselamatan dan kenyamanan kita bersama, pesan Pak Direktur, jaga kekompakan, jaga kebersamaan. Jadi nanti di jalan saling mengingatkan satu sama lain ya. Jadi panitia jalan kaki ke TNGR sebagai bentuk dukungan kepada peserta, Pak ya. Jaminan peserta bahwa panitia bisa lebih unggul daripada peserta.
Clean up Rinjani, oke. Semuanya.
Boleh bareng mau?
Yes, yes.
Coba tapi agak pincang dikit.
Pada saat ini Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok sedang melakukan kegiatan Rinjani Clean Up dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia.
Saya mewakili Asosiasi Kabupaten Lombok Timur dan Pokdarwis Sembalun mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Poltek Par Lombok yang telah melakukan kegiatan clean up di Gunung Rinjani dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Kami berharap di tahun-tahun berikutnya Poltek Par kembali melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan yang dapat membangun pariwisata Lombok khususnya di Indonesia pada umumnya.
Poltek Par Lombok, yes we can.
Kami dari MHC ingin mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada Poltekpar Lombok atas kegiatan Clean Up Rinjani dalam rangka Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Alhamdulillah hari ini adalah hari terakhir dan kami sudah sampai di pintu Turian. Dari Sembalun sampai di sini kami melakukan kegiatan Clean Up dan alhamdulillah sampah kami dapat beberapa karung dan sudah dibuat turun tadi oleh porter. Poltekpar Lombok, yes we can.
Dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia yang jatuh pada tanggal 27 September tahun 2022, Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok menyelenggarakan beberapa agenda menuju Hari Pariwisata Dunia tersebut. Agenda yang bertemakan Rethinking Tourism yang diselenggarakan oleh Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok meliputi yang pertama menyelenggarakan seminar internasional, yang kedua menyelenggarakan kegiatan bimbingan teknis bagi masyarakat pengelola desa wisata di Labuan Bajo, dan yang ketiga adalah bersih-bersih Gunung Rinjani sekaligus penanaman pohon bakau di Desa Sugian. Kegiatan tersebut semuanya telah dilaksanakan dan berjalan dengan baik dan lancar, dan kami mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada rekan-rekan yang tentu telah mendukung dan mensupport seluruh rangkaian kegiatan ini. Hari Pariwisata Dunia is the best.
Poltekpar Lombok mengucapkan Selamat Hari Pariwisata Dunia tahun 2022. Yes, yes.
Bang, ronde 2 dong. Gak mau aku udah tahu.
Peluang itu ibarat sunrise. Jika tidur terlalu lama, kita akan melewatkannya. Maka, bangun dan bangkitlah untuk mempersiapkan diri. Sebab tanah kita, Indonesia, menyimpan segudang sejarah dan budaya. Memiliki panorama yang indah dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Sungguh berpotensi untuk menunjang pariwisata. Sumber daya manusia yang mumpuni pun harus segera disiapkan untuk membangun pariwisata. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok yang terletak di salah satu destinasi pariwisata favorit dunia hadir untuk menghasilkan sumber daya manusia pariwisata yang akan menempati top level di dunia internasional. Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok merupakan perguruan tinggi negeri pariwisata di bawah Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Badan Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia, yang menyelenggarakan program pendidikan vokasi bidang pariwisata dengan pusat kajian pariwisata halal yang memikat mata dunia. Dalam proses pembelajarannya, diterapkan 70% pembelajaran praktik dan 30% pembelajaran teori. Terdapat 4 program studi, yaitu Diploma 3 Divisi Kamar, menghasilkan lulusan berdaya saing tinggi yang menguasai dasar-dasar keilmuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang divisi kamar pada usaha akomodasi atau perhotelan yang berkelanjutan. Diploma 4 Pengaturan Perjalanan, berkonsentrasi pada bidang pariwisata, khususnya usaha produk dan jasa di bidang transportasi dan perjalanan wisata. Mahasiswa juga didorong untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan dan keterampilan dalam bidang kewirausahaan serta teknologi informasi. Diploma 3 Tata Hidang, belajar meracik dan menyajikan makanan serta minuman tradisional maupun internasional, mulai dari aneka kopi, teh, hingga minuman herbal yang telah menjadi tren dunia. Diploma 3 Seni Kuliner, berorientasi menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang kuliner. Kesuksesanmu ada dalam tindakanmu. Maka, persiapkan masa depanmu sekarang bersama Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok. Dan jadilah seperti matahari, terbit dengan harapan, terbenam dengan kemenangan.
This is only trash. Like, look
Sampah
at
plastik,
the amount
konsumsi
of
energi yang berlebihan dan jejak
random
karbon.
stuff.
Itu adalah beberapa contoh bagi teks
Ilmu
pengetahuan.
Recently, I've been to Rinjani and I was shocked with the amount of trash I could see around. We managed to pick up 1.6 tons of trash.
So what do you think? Kegiatan ekonomi manusia.
Politeknik Lombok mengambil bagian yaitu penanaman mangrove dan rinjani clean up atau membersihkan destinasi wisata unggulan di
Lombok ini.
Semoga ini tumbuh dan jadi bermanfaat.
Kami dari Pemerintah Desa Sugian dan Karang Taruna mengucapkan selamat dan terima kasih kepada Poltek Parlombok yang sudah menyelenggarakan acara penanaman mangrove di Dusun Proklim Desa Sugian. Sugian lestari.
Untuk keselamatan dan kenyamanan kita bersama, pesan Pak Direktur, jaga kekompakan, jaga kebersamaan. Jadi nanti di jalan saling mengingatkan satu sama lain ya.
Jadi panitia jalan kaki ke TNGR sebagai bentuk
dukungan kepada peserta, Pak ya.
Jaminan peserta Pak panitia bisa lebih unggul daripada peserta.
Lina Pinjani, oke. Semoga.
Boleh Parlombok?
Yes, we can.
Tapi agak pincang dikit.
Pada saat ini Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok sedang menjalankan kegiatan Rinjani Clean Up dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia.
Saya mewakili Asosiasi Kabupaten Lombok Timur dan Pokdarwis Sembalun mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Poltek Parlombok yang telah melakukan kegiatan clean up di Gunung Rinjani dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Kami berharap di tahun-tahun berikutnya Poltek Par kembali melakukan kegiatan-kegiatan yang dapat membangun pariwisata Lombok khususnya di Indonesia pada umumnya.
Poltek Parlombok, yes we can!
Kami dari MHC ingin mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada Poltek Parlombok atas kegiatan Clean Up Rinjani dalam rangka Hari Pariwisata Dunia. Alhamdulillah hari ini adalah hari terakhir dan kami sudah sampai di pintu Turian. Dari Sembalun sampai di sini kami melakukan kegiatan Clean Up dan alhamdulillah sampah kami dapat beberapa karung dan sudah dibuat turun tadi oleh porter. Poltek Parlombok, yes we can.
Dalam rangka memperingati Hari Pariwisata Dunia yang jatuh pada tanggal 27 September tahun 2022, Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok menyelenggarakan beberapa agenda menuju Hari Pariwisata Dunia tersebut. Agenda yang bertemakan Rethinking Tourism yang diselenggarakan oleh Politeknik Pariwisata Lombok meliputi yang pertama menyelenggarakan seminar internasional, yang kedua menyelenggarakan kegiatan bimbingan teknis bagi masyarakat pengelola desa wisata di Labuan Bajo, dan yang ketiga adalah bersih-bersih Gunung Rinjani sekaligus penanaman pohon bakau di Desa Sugian. Kegiatan tersebut semuanya telah dilaksanakan dan berjalan dengan baik dan lancar, dan kami mengucapkan banyak terima kasih kepada rekan-rekan yang tentu telah mendukung dan mensupport seluruh rangkaian kegiatan ini. Hari Pariwisata Dunia is the best.
Poltekpar Lombok mengucapkan Selamat Hari Pariwisata Dunia tahun 2022. Yes, yes.
Bang, ronde 2 dong. Gak mau aku diktator.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to the second Asia Pacific State of the Art Event Research Conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch session, we will continue the event by listening to the speech session by Dr. Mike Dugnan. For Dr. Mike Dugnan, the time is yours.
Hi everyone, welcome to my short talk on 7 problems to overcome and potential solutions for developing your research and writing career in event studies. I'm Dr. Mike Dugnan. I'm an associate professor at the University of Central Florida, based at the Rosen College of Hospitality Management in the USA. And I'm also the editor-in-chief of Event Management Journal. So I'm going to crack up with the first problem. One of the first problems really is the fact that we often fail to explicate the regional and cultural nuance of what we do. And this is particularly important as we, as a journal, try and expand out to various different regions all over the world. What we need to do a lot better is honor regional and cultural ways of thinking and doing, and make that a very explicit contribution when you write, when you seek to publish your work. And that's very important for us as a journal, alongside maybe any other kind of empirical or theoretical contributions that you might have. Unfortunately, most of the things that we know about events education and research and the planning and delivery of events is from a Western perspective when you look at the literature, and we have to change that. At the journal, we are very, very keen to bring in more regional research, and we've even installed over 20 regional editors all over the world now as of 2024 in order to push that forward in a little bit more detail. So have a little think about what is interesting and special, culturally interesting, regionally interesting from the context that you're doing the research, and how can that be a valuable contribution in terms of how we think and do practice and plan events studies. So that's my first tip. That's going to be a key way in which you're going to get into the journal. We're really, really key to push that as much as possible. The next one, when you're writing the research and you're writing it up, a lot of people think that they need to really sound like an academic. They often engage in quite dense writing. The prose that they use is often quite dense as well. Sometimes it can be quite overly theoretical and really, really too complicated to even follow linguistically and in terms of your argument. So have a little think about how you avoid this thing called academies. these kinds of language, these terms, these concepts that are just overly complicated when you could actually use something much more simple to break it down, break your ideas down, break your argument down to make it really, really clear for audiences. Not only for academic audiences, but also policymakers, industry, practitioners, everyone to really understand and follow your work as much as possible. So try and write as plainly as possible with a really, really clear structure, very, very clear narrative. So it's clear in terms of what the problem is, what are the issues that are driving this work, what's the significance, why should we care? And then focus down on the more kind of theoretical areas and then bring that together in the back end as clearly as possible. The third, often we use single disciplines like economics and economic ideas to explain economic phenomenon. That makes sense. We do that for sociology. We do that for various other disciplines. Today, in our complex world, contemporary problems require various different disciplinary perspectives in order to solve them. So instead of thinking in more disciplinary terms, think in more multidisciplinary terms. How can you use, for example, two different disciplines and the ideas to explain? Or it might be interdisciplinary, which might be bringing together these two disciplines to create something completely new and novel. Or you might find that you need this concept called convergence, which is not only bringing together academic ideas and fusing, but also working with people in industry to bring together not only academic knowledge, but conventional industry and practical knowledge to come together to answer a research problem, question, etc. So think in convergence. Think about who you need as part of this research in order to answer and address the questions, the fundamental social questions at the heart of what you're trying to do. The next, often we're really focused on what we're focusing on and outlining quite descriptively what our research is about and how we've done it methodologically. Instead, start with why. Always start with why am I doing it? What is the significance of this work? If this work didn't exist, would it matter? And if that's the case, have a little think about your research in a little bit more detail. Always make sure that the why we should care about your work is really, really clear. And that's very much at the top of when you introduce your work, when you seek to publish it. When you're writing up your manuscript, make it very, very clear. Have at least 1 or 2 paragraphs that make it clear as to why we need to do this piece of work. Not just theoretically and empirically, but in terms of problems, opportunities, issues. Make sure that it's rooted in society. The next one. Often people think now that if you just create a highly rigorous, structured approach to how you deliver your paper, this is enough. Well, it's becoming now not enough. Rigor is essentially a hygiene factor. We expect that your work is rigorous. We expect that it methodologically stands up, that you have a strong enough theoretical framework to support the ideas that you want to talk about. And often that's leading to what I'm referring to as rigor mortis, which is that it kind of kills a lot of creativity and innovation and tackling really novel contemporary problems if you overly focus on rigor. Rigor is really important, but thinking about the why, the significance, the importance of what you're doing, making sure that your work is having an impact on people, on the communities that you tend to serve, that's really, really important. It's also important that you try and be as creative as possible as well. Try and find your voice. Try and layer in metaphors and similes that kind of designate the paper as yours, that people think, that's your paper, that's your style. Try not to sound too unbiased and scientific. Sound scientific, but you can also have your voice. You're a writer in there. Try and get that to come through. Bring in some personality. That's really, really important. Always stress, not just the methodological rigor and how you've done it, but why we should care. What does this mean to the people that you are trying to help as part of your research? The next one, and the final one, is that I often find that academics can sometimes have this lack of identity. They don't know who they are necessarily as an academic. They've written on maybe about 10 or 12 different topics, and all these topics are completely different. That's a real problem. I've seen a lot of careers in my kind of career to date that have really suffered from this lack of identity when they're asked at interviews, when they're going to conferences and they're asked, who are you? What do you stand for? Who are you trying to serve? Sometimes they can't answer that very well at all. So avoid trying to write on 101 topics. Choose 2 or 3 big causes that you really, really care about. Identify the stakeholders as part of that, the problems that they're facing, the issues, the opportunities, the trends. And if you've got 2 or 3, you can really go into a lot of detail and you can become a world expert in this area. If you're writing on the impact of COVID on vaccination tourism, or you're writing about resident perceptions at mega events, or you're writing about authenticity in food festivals, all these things, they relate in some way because they're events, but they're so disparate. You can never develop a strong enough theoretical, empirical, practical, policy-making niche if you're focusing on all these different areas. One action from this talk, please, is really think about who you are and develop a presence and think about what is your niche, what are you contributing to the world, and make that as tight as you deem appropriate for the context of research that you're working on. So that kind of concludes the key areas. The key thing is just making sure that you're writing clearly, you know who you are, you write in a creative, interesting way that really serves the audiences that you're trying to appeal to. You can find a little bit about my research and Event Management Journal on my website, www.mikedignan.com. All of my work on there is free to download, and you can illustrate how I not only kind of write research, but also try and engage with the media, public policymakers, and various other stakeholders throughout. But feel free to drop me a line. You'll find my email address on my website. Thanks for listening.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the event by listening to the speech session by Ms. Nicola Mikolov. For Ms. Nicola Mikolov, the time is yours.
We're so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we will be continuing the event by listening to the speech session by Mr. David Thomas. For Mr. David Thomas, the time is yours.
Hi guys, can you hear me over there?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so I'll just get started right now. Okay, selamat siang Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Thank you for having me here today. I'm really excited to be able to share my presentation with such an esteemed panel of speakers. Today, I invite you to join me on a very quick journey towards the future, specifically the future of Singapore's MICE industry as we approach 2030. I've been a part of this vibrant industry for the past 25 years or so in Singapore, and I've witnessed its remarkable resilience and transformation firsthand. As the title of my presentation suggests, I would like to speak to you today on what I feel are the three pillars of Singapore's MICE industry, namely technology, sustainability, and education. Before I start the presentation, here's a quick introduction about myself. My name is David Thomas. I'm a senior lecturer in Republic Polytechnic at the School of Hospitality. Specifically, I teach in the Diploma in Integrated Events Management. I've only been here for just about past a year, so I haven't been in the academics field for that long. However, I've been in the events industry for, like I said, almost 25 years and since 1997, and I joined RP in 2022. Whilst I was in the corporate world, I specialized in creative direction and event operations. Soon I found out that creative direction and operations were very much intertwined. One very much depended on the other, and the knowledge of ops on the ground helped in the feasibility of creating new experiences. I produce events for corporate sector, basically luxury markets, as well as the government sector. Today's presentation covers a glimpse of these topics from the perspective of the Singapore government, mainly the Singapore Tourism Board, and something called SASIOS, which is the Singapore Association of Convention and Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, as well as Republic Polytechnic, specifically on Singapore's MICE industry as we approach 2030. As we move forward, three core pillars stand out in their importance: technology, sustainability, and education. Each one plays a crucial role in how we're shaping the future of the MICE industry. First, we have technology, the key driver of innovation. It's fascinating to see how digital advancements continue to reshape the way we can hold and experience events, even enabling us to connect in this virtual space today. Next up is sustainability, an aspect that's become ever more critical as we've seen from all the videos earlier on as well. It's about our commitment to responsible practices that not only benefits our industry, but also contributes positively to society and our environment. And of course, last but not least, education, which ensures we're prepared to navigate the evolving landscape of our industry. Continuous learning and skill development are essential in keeping pace with new trends and innovation. To set the tone, let's have a quick glance at Singapore's MICE industry. This is a snapshot of facts and figures about Singapore that can be found on STB's website. The information here listed basically highlights and the key factors why organizations from around the world plan events in Singapore, namely security, accessibility to businesses, and of course the connectivity to the rest of the world. As you can see there, we very proudly say we're connected to 400 cities worldwide. We have 100 airlines serving here in Changi Airport. So these are all the key elements about people wanting to come here and organize events here in Singapore. A quick glance at the visitsingapore.com website showcases all the festivals and sporting events happening in Singapore, and events are well and truly back on track for a pre-COVID recovery. These are all just festivals. Of course, we still have our business events, which I will run through very quickly later on as well. These are the awards and accolades that Singapore have won in 2022, including Top Asia Pacific Meeting City, as well as Best MICE Destination. I just heard, I think last week, it was a tweet that went out, or an X that went out, basically, that Singapore also won Best Business City in both categories for Asia and Best Business City in the world for 2023 as well. One of the key reasons Singapore is so popular as a MICE destination is because of the purpose-built iconic venues. On the screen right now, you will see on the top left, you will see Marina Bay Sands, that very iconic ship on three stilts. We have Suntec City, Singapore Expo on the bottom right, and RWS on the bottom left, convention center. The venue for the next GSTC Global Conference, I might add. More on that later on. I think innovative adaptations to the venues are also very important. We can't always have $1 million projects at the venues because that's not really sustainable. So I think what you see on screen are two very different events. One is the company AGM, as you can see, simply set up, and the other is the showcase of a 360 degrees panoramic projection. Both are in Suntec, the same ballroom, used for very different purposes, adapted for the audience and the event type as needed. These adaptations give options to event organizers as well. I think what happens now is the only real challenge to these days is finding availabilities for these event dates at these venues. So book early is the mantra here. So how did we get here? Well, Singapore has always been one of the world's popular MICE destinations, but the pandemic hit us hard as it did all over the world. I'm not going to go too much into how much the industry was affected, but needless to say, we can safely state that it was a great reset to baseline zero for everyone within the hospitality industry. During the pandemic support initiatives from the government, Singapore government and STB was a key part of the industry recovery. The government of Singapore believed that the MICE industry could come out from the pandemic stronger than ever and work towards recovery with these initiatives. I won't run too much into it, but as you can see from plotting out a roadmap to upskilling staff and industry players, to basically having pilot events locally, and then developing testing protocols for foreign delegates, as well as the world's first Cruise Safe, which introduced mandatory safety certification for cruise lines, all the way to, of course, very importantly, economic support from the government as well as STB for MICE players in the industry. Something very interesting, it's called Singapore Reimagine, Shaping the Future of Travel was launched. As part of a global initiative, there was this launch of Reimagine Travel Global Conversations. What it was a worldwide, a series of worldwide forums to discuss reshaping global travel. The forums invited global partners for knowledge and sharing of ideas exchange. With the inaugural forum in Singapore, subsequent forums were held worldwide. It was a collective effort for a renewed and innovative approach to travel in Singapore and globally as well. Okay, so I'll just go into the meat of my presentation. First up, we are talking about the tech of today, revolutionizing MICE events. In our digital age, technology isn't just about flashy gadgets. It's about crafting experiences, solving problems, and making connections more meaningful. Right now, I just want to spend a few minutes to explore how cutting-edge technology is not just influencing, but revolutionizing MICE events in Singapore. Let's demystify technology first and foremost. Imagine the convenience when using your smartphone, right? It's a camera, a map, a library, a letter, basically all in your pocket. Now apply this multifunctionality to MICE technology. We're talking about event apps acting as a digital concierge, guiding you through schedules, connecting you with participants, and even helping you order your beverages at conferences, concerts, and sporting events, which is very popular at the moment. What you see on screen now is what's happening. It's basically the norm for today, hybrid and virtual events, which is what we're doing today. We're using Zoom as one of the event apps. Of course, there's tons of other apps out there, which lead you to basically do touch point mapping and information about data, so you can analyze whether or not to change your event or to bespoke it for the next one for your audiences. But moving ahead into 2024, this is grabbed from the Singapore Tourism Board's website, and it's actually been proven that these events have already been taking place. Okay, talking about data analytics for new markets, when you're talking about NLP, for example, NLP is artificial intelligence and giving computers the ability to understand text and spoken words, right? So basically, the technology in Aira goes beyond gadgets. It's about enhancing experiences and solving problems, and that's what it does. So, for example, NLP, what can be done there? So if you're talking about real-time virtual assistance for attendees who are there, or even a translation for international attendees, where gone are the days where you need a booth and somebody doing it live and translating for you. Well, now you can use the AI to do that for you, right? 5G connectivity, as you see there, Singapore already has adopted 5G. In 2022, Ericsson's 5G networking slicing technology was used at the Singapore F1. Faster speech translates to more stable online activities, data collection. This one is quite a cool thing that happened in 2021 as well. It's called Digital Twins. Replicating physical venues for virtual experiences and hosting performances and events in digital counterparts of real-world locations. So Gardens by the Bay first experimented with this in 2021, building a digital twin of the iconic Super Tree Grove to host a National Day virtual performance. That was quite fun, to be there live as well as to go online to see the virtual world. Of course, extended reality or XR enhancements, holograms for global speaking participation, which was brought to the forefront during the COVID-19 pandemic, and then also AR for interactive product experiences and audience engagement. What you see on screen now is actually a German circus called Circus Roncalli, or Roncalli, I can't remember that, but with holographic animals only as part of the performance. Then we have Metaverse Explorations, AFIN, which is basically a Singapore-based startup blockchain-powered Metaverse project. Reveals that Singapore was the first Metaverse city that was created, and they had a couple of events there as well. I think as a showcase of all these technologies, a good example would be the Singapore FinTech Festival. In 2022, more than 62,000 participants from over 115 countries came together to engage, connect, and collaborate on issues relating to development of financial services, etc. The event was at Singapore Expo, featured over 570 exhibition booths. Now, I think one of the key things is that the technology used as they were speaking about it, the exhibitors at the booths were also using their own technology to keep up with the Joneses, so to speak, right? So we're talking about contactless check-in, which is what we do always, more or less now. Dedicated app services, networking software, live broadcast studio, all the way down to hybrid event technologies. Now, what's really interesting is that blockchain technology in itself isn't new. Its application for creating event-specific digital tokens is a more recent innovation. How can that be used? Well, basically, for example, if you buy Taylor Swift tickets and you're trying to sell it straight away, well, that's probably not going to happen, because I think there is a tag towards the personal tag to you before you can sell that ticket. So that's sort of helping out in that sense. Of course, hologram technology as well. This is a cutting edge technology that started to see more practical and high-end profile usage in events recently. Well, the Singapore FinTech Festival is happening in about a month's time, focusing on AI. So if you can, please drop by. So talking about technology and SOH and DIEM. So SOH is the School of Hospitality in Republic Polytechnic, and DIEM is our event management diploma. What we've done is we've upgraded, we are in the midst of upgrading and refurbishing our events lab. Forgive the picture. It's literally under construction right now. So that's going to happen. It's going to be ready in next month or so, hopefully. We're working with industry partners, I think, on current practices, as well as site visits, guest speaking and lecturing is super important for us, because I think it gives us the real world feel about what's happening out there on the ground. So for example, NowComms Asia trained our students in OBS and virtual event capabilities. We've got a final year project with Pico for Airshow 2024, where they are doing research on touchpoint marketing and how they can improve that. And we have interns at Mice Depot for the upcoming Singapore FinTech Festival as well. So we try to keep our students on the pulse of the industry as far as possible. Next up, I'd like to talk about, in this segment, we underscore the critical roles of sustainability. I think this is a very, very key topic that everyone's speaking about now, not only in Singapore or in Lombok or in Bali, basically all around the world. So basically, this is a roadmap for 2030 for Singapore, of course. We have this thing called the SG Green Plan, with the 5 pillars when we're talking about city and nature, sustainable living, energy reset, green economy, and a resilient future. Of course, all these beautiful infographics are readily available and shared with organizations as well as schools, IHLs, just to make it a little bit more accessible to everyone. And they understand where we're heading towards in 2030. On the industry end, Singapore Association of Convention and Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, let's say that again, SASIOS, and STB co-developed the MICE Sustainability Roadmap. With the key targets of purpose-built venues, you're talking about establishing sustainability standards by 2023 with international recognition by 2024, 6 purpose-built MICE venues, 80% of SASIOS members to achieve sustainability certification by 2025. And of course, to begin tracking and waste and carbon emissions by 2023, this year, and to reduce waste by 2030, and to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Basically, that roadmap has also been set up for us. Key strategies talk about raising standards when we encourage industry certification. So we're talking about ISO 20121 or MSC, or even Green Mark and GSTC, which is something that the team at SOH has already gone through. Innovation and solutions. We partner with tech providers for sustainable solutions and industry pilots, which is very important. Of course, we participate in the Green Economy Regulatory Initiative, which is GERI, another acronym. So basically, GERI is the whole of government effort to accelerate innovation in the green economy in the whole of Singapore. Building networks, sandboxes programs, and stuff like initiatives to start to support business. So the Singapore government is very serious about this. And of course, awareness and best practices. As you can see, we're talking about exchange and upskilling programs, SEPC, by EIC. I'm sorry, we really love our acronyms here in Singapore. So these are all the awareness and best practices that we are going through. This is once again the handy infographic sent out and heavily publicized, distilling the information before diving into the details. We actually use this to speak to our students about the MICE sustainability roadmap, and it sort of distills all the complicated information into this nice infographic. Testament to being globally recognized as a sustainable venue for international events by 2024, Singapore has been working hard towards that goal. As you can see on screen, sustainable events in Singapore since 2022 include the Clean Enviro Summit Singapore, World City Summit, International Solid Waste Association, all these events, as well as in 2023, Asia Climate Forum, the Eco-Prosperity Week, which is held in conjunction with Temasek Holdings, and the Singapore Carbon Market Investor Forum. Now in 2024, proud to say that the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, GSTC Global Conference, will be held in Singapore at RWS in November, so exactly a year from now. For SOH, School of Hospitality, Republic Polytechnic, and DIEM, our green initiatives, we've just started a new module on sustainability in events, taken by Year 2 students. We're on week 2 now, if I believe. Yes, I will be teaching that tomorrow. And also we infuse sustainability themes throughout all SOH and DIEM modules. So for example, our cruise management module aligned with the student, it's aligned with GSTC pillars of sustainability, as well as our culinary science and art module, highlighting sustainable food sources, as well as systems to avoid food wastage. Continuous education courses, which we call CET, developed for the sustainability arena. Titles include sustainable resource management up to environmental science and systems. 75% of SOH and DIEM staff are GSTC certified, basically from the travel destination part of it, as of August 2023. Not an easy exam to take, I can testify to that. Okay, it would be remiss of me not to highlight an event that is happening next week, organized by Republic Polytechnic and the School of Hospitality. Basically, we call it Hospitality Tomorrow Conference, HTC, and it's happening on 3rd November at 9:30 a.m. to 12 noon. So if you can, please do sign up and register for this. I will put this up at the end of the presentation. Once again, basically, it brings together industry and academia together to discuss the importance of sustainability and innovation in the tourism and hospitality industry. So the team at DIEM has worked very hard putting this together. Please scan the code and register if you can. Okay, right now I'd like to touch upon education, basic continuous learning, as well as adapting for tomorrow. Let's talk a little bit about what that means from the different perspective of STB and RP as well. Once again, very, very quickly, I think pre, post, and during COVID, STB has always been a proponent of upskilling the industry. However, when the pandemic hit, STB recognized the need to keep the workforce relevant. These are some of the initiatives that were started, and most still continue today, working with digital giants like Facebook, Google, or Meta, exactly. And Google and UOB, which is a United Overseas Bank, as well as LinkedIn, together with STB to work out training programs for the MICE industry, as well as the hospitality industry. Tools to accelerate digital transformation, I think, is very important because technology fuels the innovation and in collaboration with tech partners. So it's important to keep the content relevant in that sense. I think training and upskilling for sustainability is also important, which is, like I mentioned, quite a big topic for today. STB conducts biannual sustainability training for the MICE industry as a whole. They offer a range of sustainability training options for easy industry access, right? Because we don't need to go too deep for some of the topics. Of course, the resources and best practices, we utilize thought leadership like the white paper, The Time Is Now, which is out there, and engage in the Global Nation Sustainability Index, GDSI, to learn from other MICE destinations. I think we have a lot to learn from destinations like Lombok, destinations like Bali, destinations like Koh Samui, because I think the need is more pressing there, and what you have done in Lombok as well is quite amazing. So I think we have a lot to learn from you. Okay, I think when it comes to updating, it's like regular software updates for like our phone, right? So it's like our professionals also need to get updated to get continuous skill refreshment. So that is part of our CET and our adult learning courses as well. So SOH and DIM initiatives, basically we're following the path of STB and the Singapore government, where we try to collaborate with industry partners as far as possible, as much as we can, so that we have our pulse on what's happening out there. Basically current policies on the Singapore bodies, new practices and technologies in the event sphere. And of course, our lecturers are encouraged to work on projects together with industry partners, whether it's on consultancy or students' final year projects. In conclusion, so I think as we reach the conclusion of the presentation, exploring the pillars of Singapore's MICE industry progression, it's clear that the path to 2030 is paved with innovative technology, a steadfast commitment to sustainability, and a continuous pursuit of education. These aren't just individual strategies, but intertwined threads that create a fabric of a resilient, future-ready industry. The MICE sector doesn't just adapt, it evolves, setting new benchmarks for excellence, sustainability, and innovation. Well, thank you so much for letting me be here. And of course, being a good Singaporean, I need to produce an acronym and a takeaway, a key takeaway for this presentation, and here it is. So we are set for 2030. Thank you.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the next program in our agenda, we will be attending the afternoon session of paper presentation that will be held parallelly, which means that the online and the offline are held at the same time. And for the in-person presentation room, there will be Dr. Kadirova Irina as the moderator, and Mr. Wendy, he will be attending the Zoom room 1. And then there's Miss Santi, she will be in charge in the Zoom room 2. And then last is Madame Latifa, she will be standby in the Zoom room 3. So for those who are attending this event via offline, you are pleased to leave the amphitheater, and you will be assisted to the new room. And for those who are attended via online, you may log in to the Zoom room that I have been mentioned. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our amphitheater. Well, right now we will continue our agenda by listening to the speech session by Dr. Vasilios Ziakas. For Dr. Vasilios Ziakas, the time is yours.
Hello to everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect. Let me share the screen. Hello again from the rainy UK. It is a pleasure and honor for me to deliver this speech. Basically, I will be talking today about two things. The first thing is I will give you a brief overview of event portfolios. And then I will be talking specifically about how we can develop an event portfolio in an island context. So when we talk about event portfolios, we must have in mind that we are making a change, and there is a paradigm shift actually that I call a shift from singular to multiple. With singular, I mean that we no longer focus on singular, standalone major events, but our focus goes on how we can develop synergies among a series of events. And events that can be of different types: sport events, cultural events, festivals, business events, and so on. And then these events can also be of a different scale and size. So we have this number of 5 changes that I list here. There is the first change that from large-scale events, we are starting to have focus on small-scale events and how they can be synergized. The move of focus from single events to multiple events. Then from one-off events, the one-off events that we host communities bid to host and they just happen once. They can be major like the Olympic Games or the World Cup, okay, but still, okay, this is just once in a lifetime. And then we are more interested in periodicity, in events that happen all the time, okay, events that are recurring. Then, on this basis, since we have recurring events in the portfolio, legacy, the concept of legacy that is not so prevalent in the literature about major standalone events is not so important anymore for us from a portfolio perspective. Why? Because we will have events happening on a recurring basis all the time. So there's no point to talk about legacy anymore, since we'll be from one event, we will go to another event and this will be what will be happening. Also, from a portfolio perspective, we have a move from the use of events just for the place promotion, the place branding, to a perspective of a place making that is looking to develop the welfare of both the tourists but also of the local communities, to improve the local community life. And we can achieve that because we have different types of events with different orientations. Some events will be about locals, other events can be about tourists. So the portfolio perspective is an integrative, holistic and strategic perspective that it was very difficult to have it before when we had the focus on standalone events. So basically, what is an event portfolio? Let me start with saying and emphasizing what it is not. Okay, and an event portfolio is not a random series or collection of events. So if we randomly select some events, we cannot say that this makes a portfolio. Also, a portfolio is not the population of a city's events. If we take the whole number of events that are hosted in a community, we cannot say that this makes a portfolio. And also, an event portfolio is not an overall program of unrelated events. And I will emphasize here the concept of what we mean with relatedness. Okay, the events in a portfolio must be related. So an event portfolio, as I emphasize in this photograph, okay, is not about putting all the eggs in one basket. We have to select what events will be included in a portfolio because it is a strategic act. It is a strategic selection of events. So very simply, I give here the formal definition of event portfolios, but I wouldn't like to confuse you now with formal definition and so on. Very simply, an event portfolio is an annual program, annual program of a series of different events which are distributed strategically throughout the year in order to achieve multiple policy purposes. And on this basis, there are three concepts that are fundamental in the definition of portfolio and give us an insight of what an event portfolio is. These concepts are the concept of relatedness, the concept of cross-leverage, and the concept of multiplicity. With the concept of relatedness, we mean that events must complement one another. Okay, so must have some relationship. And with this relationship, we mean four basic things. The first thing is that they must complement existing markets and engender new ones. They must transfer knowledge and innovation throughout the portfolio. There should be common theming, reinforcing the meanings and experience throughout the events, although these events may be of different type, like sport or festivals. And then also they must share resources and volunteer pools. So this is what we mean with complementarities, or more formally, what we mean with relatedness. Also, the other concept is the concept of cross-leverage. And with cross-leverage, we mean that we need to have joint strategies among the different events. So the different events should be used jointly to achieve the same purposes. Okay, and with this, in this regard, we can achieve the multiplicity. With multiplicity is the total of the overall potential of an event portfolio, because we have multiple events and we can use them through joint strategies. We should have the capacity to convey multiple meanings and serve multiple purposes. So either it is tourism, it is economy, it is regeneration, it is social purposes for local community and so on. This can be different policy purposes that can be built in order our event portfolio through the different events to try to achieve jointly. That's the potential of an event portfolio. Now, there is some, I think, simple logic with what I explained about event portfolio, since we have the different events and how we can use them. However, in practice, the implementation of event portfolio is very complex. And it is very complex, why? Because we have different stakeholders. Even if we think one standalone event, okay, we have different stakeholders that we need to coordinate. In an event portfolio context, the number of stakeholders who may have also conflicting interests increases. Okay, and this also increases the complexity of event portfolio that creates challenges that we need to overcome. Trying to untangle a little bit this complexity, we need to make a distinction clear here between organic and strategic portfolios. With organic portfolios, that it's the majority of portfolios that we can see in the world today, we mean that we have cities, host communities that organize programs of a series of events, but they don't have a specific strategy about that, and they don't use the word portfolio. But still we can see in these communities that they have some basic characteristics from the ones that I described before, like there is some kind of relatedness between the different events, or there is some kind of multiplicity. The thing is that, as I said, most communities in the world have this kind of organic portfolios, but gradually they are moving towards the strategic, deliberate portfolios. And the task here of the scholars is to help in this transition, to help communities to make this transition from how they can have the organic portfolios to become more strategic and deliberate. We have a number of examples of deliberate portfolios in the world, like the city of Edinburgh in Scotland. In Australia, we have the cities of Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast that have for many years deliberate portfolios. Also, we have in Europe the city of Gothenburg in Sweden with a deliberate portfolio. And also we have in some regions, like here in UK, Wales, as a national region, has developed a portfolio of different events. So we are moving gradually, but we are moving towards this direction. I'm trying here I will try to explain very briefly here how we can develop an event portfolio. What are the basic principles? The motivation here is, first of all, to create the different series of events in order to reach a wide range of target audiences, so to increase our market share, and then to also, through that, to serve different policy purposes. So the critical thing here about the portfolio development, the first question that we need to ask is, what events should be included in the portfolio? Okay, because it is a strategic selection of events, the portfolio. So we need to establish criteria based on strategic objectives, inclusiveness, market demand, the resource capacity that we have, and expected outcome benefits, okay, of what events should we include. Then we need to make some strategic decision about the reach, what target market should be attracted, the frequency, how often should events be organized, the size of the portfolio, how many events we will have in total, the placement, when specifically the events will be scheduled, and the fit. To what degree the events will be similar or not throughout the program. And as I said before, because we have different stakeholders, relationship management, relationship marketing is very important. So how we can develop and maintain relationships between the different stakeholders, how we can distribute benefits to the different stakeholders equally, and then how we can resolve conflict between stakeholders if this arises. So these are marketing, relationship marketing is also very important. In this diagram, I give the general tasks that we need to do with a central question: what events should be included in the portfolio? On the right, you can see the strategic decisions: reach, frequency, size, scheduling, fit. And what I emphasize here, all the elements of marketing here, if we talk about the marketing of the portfolio, need to implement it with a basic distinction with when we organize standalone single events. And what is the basic difference here? We can see the basic difference at the bottom when I say that from a portfolio perspective, the marketing mix is the whole portfolio. So it is not the marketing mix of the single events that we need to create, to design, but we need to design the marketing mix of the whole portfolio, with each event being an element of this portfolio of the marketing mix. That's the basic difference that we have with when organizing single events. So going now to the island contexts, first of all, I have to say that islands themselves are unique tourist attractions, and the events are seen as opportunities to attract visitation and enhance tourist experience. And when we have in a portfolio, this becomes more organized and more strategic. Usually the efforts in islands are not so well coordinated in terms of bringing the different events together. Commonly, islands face some challenges. A basic challenge is seasonality that we see in many events. Okay, we have the season that brings a lot of tourists, but then we have dead periods that nothing is happening. The portfolio gives us the potential to do what? To organize events strategically off-season in order to extend the season. Okay, because it's the annual program. We see when we can organize events. Then the problem of insularity that islands face is that they are isolated and not very connected with mainland and or with other places. This can be, the portfolio can be useful here because we can create networks of collaboration through the different events that we have. The challenge of scarce resources that many islands face can be dealt from a portfolio perspective because we can bring together the scarce resources we have in an integrated way and we can use them optimally. And then another challenge is the dependence of foreign investment, or investment that is not from the local community, but it is from other places. Then this can be dealt with because with an event portfolio, we can create a local supply chain in order to avoid the leakage of the income that is created from the events. I can give you an example because I'm coming from an island. I'm originally from Greece, that we have many islands there. And there is the example here of, if you're familiar with The Big Blue, the movie that was from 1988 by Luc Besson, The Grand Blue, the Big Blue. That was basically about free diving, the story of a free diver that was shot for the most part in the island of Amorgos. It was also shot in 2 other places, but the most classical scenes were from this scene. So the island Amorgos actually became famous from this movie as a destination, and particularly destination for free divers. And the locals here in this island took this opportunity and they organize now the Authentic Bleak Blue, an event, an annual event that is hosts about 70 athletes for free diving. It is international competition, and it aims to celebrate. It aims to celebrate the legacy of the film about making the destination of Amorgos famous in the world, and also making the sport of free diving more popular in the world. So basically, this event tells a story. The story about the movie, and for this reason, in the program of the event are invited cast from the movie in order to relive, to live again this experience. And also the story that this event says is also about the local community. They celebrate the local heritage. So what's important here, natural resources and cultural characteristics of the destination are incorporated into the event program. And this becomes something that is an attractive element, an additional attractive element that needs to bring together the different people. So from an event portfolio perspective, at the same time, they organized a second event at the same time which celebrates the local heritage of the island. And this is about a food festival, a weekly food festival. And they also developed a new event about a running race in the mountain trail of the island. So we see that the success here of the one event attracted also the organization of other events that has created so far a small event portfolio. So very briefly here, what are the key learnings from this case study? First of all is the proclaimed attributes of events, okay, of a destination. These attributes should be built on the events, in the program and in the promotion. This can be the natural scenery, the cultural heritage, the climate, the camaraderie, relationship building. I don't know what it is that is important in the destination needs to be built into the event and promoted, and broadly across different events in a portfolio. And then there should be a synergy in the event portfolio in terms of scheduling. Very critical, as I said before, the seasonality aspect. Okay, we need here to see when we can extend the tourism season. The funding, the existing money should be distributed equally among the different events. The programming, what elements and activities will be built in the different events. The inter-organizational support in terms of creating a network of local organizations that will be helping in the different events. The know-how and the experience that we create from one event. For example, in the case of that I told you before in Amorgos, the experience from the film event then was transferred to the new events that were created. The promotion should be joint. So the different events should promote the same things about the destination, and then there should also be co-creation, trying to involve consumers and locals in the production of the different events. Some other key things when we create an island event portfolio, as I told you before, events is basically like a story. We say a story about our destination through the event. When we have an event portfolio, it's like we create a broader story, an overarching story about our community, about our island. So what do we want to say to the outside world about our destination, about our island? Why they should visit? This should be conveyed through the different events. And then we should be thinking how each event adds to this overarching story. I like to say that the event portfolio is a broader story, and each event in the portfolio is a different episode. Okay, that will give to the audiences aspects of this different story and will reinforce the messages that are given to the people. And about reinforcing here, theming is important, and we have to think what theming elements can be used in the different events in order to amplify the impact on attendees. And then we also have to think how disparate or how similar should be the different events in order to tell this overarching story. And all this depends here from what we want to say to the world, okay? What we want to say about our island. So I will finish here with the last key points here about event portfolios. First of all, in terms of event portfolio planning, it is very important the resource sharing, that we need to share resources among the different events. Very important, the stakeholder relationship and the management of these relationships in order to enhance collaboration and resolve conflicts if they arise. Very important to create, if we don't have, a local supply chain, so we don't have leakage of income, of revenues that is created through the different events. And then also the market reach. We need to make clear what markets we want to attract through the different events. Then the event portfolio governance is very important. Since we have different events, the governance aspect becomes a bit complex, more complex, as I said, in comparison with the single events. So we need to establish mechanisms about accountability, coordination, and equal distribution of benefits. The other aspect is event portfolio design. We need to be here strategic in terms of composition, what events will be included, the congruency of different events, and their synchronization, and in terms of time, and in terms of activity. And also event portfolio leveraging is another perspective here in terms of creating, in terms of crafting joint strategies. So with one strategy that we can use different multiple events to achieve the same purposes. And at the end, we also need to create a mechanism to do an holistic assessment for evaluating the outcomes of a portfolio. Again, the complexity here is larger if we compare it with single events, because we have to see how the different events contribute not only to the portfolio, but also how they influence and they affect and the other events, or maybe new events that will happen in the future. So the evaluation of a portfolio is something complex that still today, we don't have a specific mechanism how to do that. That completes my speech. Thank you a lot for your attention.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the event by listening to the speech session by Mrs. Nicola Mikolov. For Nicola Mikolov, the time is yours.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for the invitation, Professor Hind, to speak to you today. looking at the topic of developing sports events for an international stage. I hope the conference is going well for you all, and I hope it's an enjoyable and productive couple of days looking at this concept of the events industry, but also looking at events research as well, and considering now the impact and the proliferation of the body of knowledge and work that we all are contributing to, but also we're able to deliver to students, to universities, and to practitioners as well. My name's Nicola McCulloch, and I just want to say thank you again for hosting me as part of the conference. I hope my presentation either gives you some insights, or you're able to reflect on it from your own experiences, or it brings you some new or different ideas. By all means, that's kind of the intention of what I really wanted to have a look at in today's presentation. It captures kind of what makes me passionate. This captures my excitement. Anything to do with a sporting event makes me smile intently. So if you can wonder why I'm smiling a lot, it's because this is absolutely what I adore. So previously, I've been an academic in the UK for over 20 years, teaching in the areas of events, sport business, and sports event management. And I was fortunate enough a few years ago now to be able to work with the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy in Qatar on the Qatar World Cup, looking at leadership programs, delivering diploma programs for professionals in the industry, but also looking at upskilling professionals in and around the area of event management as well. Lots of workforce training, lots of volunteer training as well. And it was an absolute pleasure to be part of that journey with so many wonderful people and so many wonderful teams, and with FIFA too. So in terms of my area, I like to call myself a pracademic these days. If you've not heard that term before, it's kind of the merging of academic bodies of work and bodies of knowledge and everything that we do in academia, alongside being a practitioner, obviously working in industry and really enjoying my profile and my time, consulting and working with different sporting events. In my current role, I'm a Director of Education as well for Ahead in Sport, and we've developed the first undergraduate online degree for the football industry. And that's currently validated with a university in the UK, and that's very much targeted at semi-professionals, professional players that are coming to the end of their journey, but also academy players that are really considering their options and thinking about formalising their experiences and education into a degree. So it's the first of its kind in the UK because it's purely online as well. And alongside that, I'm an associate at the University of Liverpool. And like I said, I've had many years teaching and lecturing and researching in this area, and it does bring me a lot of joy, and I hope I can share some of my passions with you today. Oh, just to mention as well, sorry, my email address was on the bottom of that slide there if you do want to contact me, or you've got any feedback, or you'd just like a discussion about sporting events in general. So a little bit of an overview in terms of what we'll cover. I'll have a look at some of these areas in a little bit of detail, but again, I'm conscious of time, so we won't be delving into anything in an in-depth way. But I think what I've tried to do is just to bring together some ideas that will help you then hopefully formulate your own ideas and perceptions around sporting events in general. So why are they so attractive to host? I think what we need to really think about is what a sport event actually does. And as much as it has an economic and an environmental and a social impact, we also have to remember that sports events, more broadly mega sports events, absolutely raise the awareness of the culture and the society that they're hosted in. And I think sometimes we don't reflect on some of those concepts enough, although we have cultural programs that run alongside Summer and Winter Olympics. I think sometimes we don't focus on that as an output or as an outcome of the event itself. And I think it's something that host nations absolutely want as part of their legacy and want as part of the event delivery. But I do think there's really innovative ways that we're now starting to see that emerging, but I think there's still maybe some way to go around the integration of that alongside what happens on the field for sports events. And again, thinking about your own country, you know, if you are now thinking about, well, we absolutely want to bid for a mega event, what might that look like? How would you integrate the cultural and the really positive aspects of your culture? How would you do that in terms of delivering a sporting event? So I do think sometimes when we kind of step back and think about that integration piece, we come up with some really, really neat ideas. So, you know, again, from your experience, how would that look like, and what would that look like from your own country's perspective? And as we kind of move on to this journey, you know, and I think you know, like I said, I've been teaching this topic for over 20 years. I think I feel confident now. I'm in a place whereby if anybody speaks to me about we're looking for some leadership training in the financial sector, or we're looking for some high performance materials or resources, or some training for the education sector, for example, the reference point always seems to come back to sport. And I use it as my reference point as well. So when we talk about successful leaders, we look to sport where we see successful leaders. When we talk about high performing teams, which again isn't always just about being successful, high performance in a lot of respects is about being happy and being confident and being comfortable in the environment that you're in. We look to sport. So again, I think what sport events has done is really merge together all of these areas and almost become a reference point for other industries and other businesses to now look at around some of these more management areas that they might be looking for additional support in. And I think from a scale point of view, when we think about community events right up to mega sporting events, each event plays its own significant role, whether that's around an economic, a social, or an environmental impact. So again, I don't think scale really matters when we look at these three areas, but I do think there's impacts that are prevalent from each of them that we'll have a look at in a second. So why host an international event? Well, it's absolutely about the repositioning of a city or of a country, and what that now looks like as a destination, as a tourism hotspot. What can that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we'll be having a closing speech by the president of the APM, Professor David Hein. The place is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'd just like to explain about our last speaker. So Nicola McCulloch pre-recorded her video, and we'll make it available after today's conference. So anybody who would like to look in more detail at sports events from Nicola's perspective, the video will be available online. So apologies if you were looking forward to hearing the rest of her speech, but we're just conscious of our time this afternoon, and perhaps it's a benefit of having pre-recorded speeches. We're able to cut and move on to the next part of the program. So this is it. This is the end of our second Asia Pacific State-of-the-Art Events Research Conference. And it won't be a long speech from me, so please don't worry about me speaking for too long. But I would just like to say, first of all, a big thanks to all of our wonderful students. And yes, a round of applause. And they can have a big sigh of relief. They have, as I said this morning, worked so hard. I said this morning that we've got 3 conferences really in one, in person, the streamed, and the conference through Zoom. And I think that from the participants' perspective, everything has gone so well that I am absolutely delighted to say to all of the wonderful students, on behalf of the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management, on behalf of Mandapa Tourism Indonesia, on behalf of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic, very well done and many congratulations, and it has been an absolutely... I'm just going to pay tribute to our keynote speakers, and if my very short PowerPoint could be displayed. And if you could make it large so we can all see. And what I'm doing this afternoon is offering the APM, Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management, highest level of certification to our wonderful keynote speakers who have devoted their time either in person or online to make our conference very, very interesting. So I'm going to offer a APM professional fellowship to everybody who has traveled or been here with us in person for our conference. So first of all, Dr. Arena, if you'd like to stand up. Take a bow, and we are delighted that this is the first professional fellowship that we are offering to Central Asia, and we are offering it to Dr. Irina at the wonderful Silk University of Tourism and Cultural Heritage. So thank you so much, Dr. Irina, for being with us today. And next we have from the United States of America, from the University of Florida, the Rosen College of Hospitality, Dr. Mike Duignan, who is the editor of the Event Management Journal. He is not with us now, he can't hear what I'm saying, but thank you so much, Mike, and we will send you your digital certificate very soon. Next one, please. And David Thomas also is not with us, but from Republic Polytechnic Singapore, we are also offering our APM Professional Fellowship to David Thomas. Next one. And to Dr. Anu Kratri, please stand up. Take a bow. And thank you so much for your beautiful speech this morning. It was energizing to see was it walk, talk, clap, stand, sit? I shall have to rehearse for my next speech. That was very beautiful. So thank you so much. And this is our first professional fellowship for India. So that is very good news. And now we can have Prof. Ferdau from UITM in Malaysia. Thank you so much. And we are so grateful for your support, Prof. Ferdau. And again, your speech was so very important about sustainability and in events. So thank you so much for being with us today. And then Nicola McCulloch, who can't be with us, I shall give her a vote of thanks as well. But she pre-recorded her speech, as we know. But thank you, Nicola, for being with us. And Dr. Vasilios Siakos also, he may still be online. If you are online still, Dr. Vasilios, thank you so much for your speech. And a very, very important topic for destinations such as Lombok that want to develop a portfolio of events. And Dr. Vasilios is a leading expert on how to develop a portfolio of events for economic, social, and cultural development. So thank you very much, Dr. Vasilios. And we can't forget Dr. Amirosa. Please stand up. Take a bow. As we say, thank you so much to Dr. Amirosa, who has has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make everything happen for us here in beautiful Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. So, Dr. Amirosa, you also are becoming a professional fellow of the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management. So we really do appreciate everything that you've done. And I think there's one more. And this one is for Dr. Ali, who is the director of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic, for again making everything happen and supporting our conference and making all of the resources available to us and ensuring that his fantastic students have worked so hard to make our conference today a great success. So I'll just say one or two more words before handing back to, I think it's back to our MC. So we're at the end of the first day. We have our wonderful gala dinner this evening, which will be at the hotel around the pool. And that will be a very spectacular occasion. So we'll have time, I think, to get changed. I'm not going to wear my, my suit for the gala dinner. And then tomorrow we have our study tour program to Mandalika International area. So that is tomorrow. And then the day after, I think most people will be heading home, but I know that one or two people are also staying in Lombok until the end of the weekend. But this, for me, is also what is important about an event. If your event is for more than one day, make it into a festival. And in your festival, you can have different types of activity. So our festival has the conference, it will have a fashion show, it will have a gala dinner, it will have a study tour program, and I think according to Dr. Anakratri, there may be some impromptu entertainment this evening as well. So we look forward to that. But that is enough from me. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. Thank you so much to all of our online participants. And as I keep on saying, and I mean this very sincerely, thank you so much to the wonderful students of Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. So I shall hand back now to our wonderful MCs to say a few more words.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the next thing in our agenda is the handing over souvenir for the VVIP and the VIP guests, and will be followed by a photo session with all of the participants of the second Asia Pacific State of the Art Event Research Conference. The souvenir will be handed over by Dr. Amirosa to Professor David Hyde. with the last agenda on our event just now, marking the end of today's event. A big thank you to every attendee who took the time to attend. We hope you enjoy your every session with us. We were deeply sorry if there is any difficulty while you're staying with us, but we really hope you would like to come back soon. Lastly, I say, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.